To ask Secretary Omashakin, Director General Inada, Commissioner Monahan, Mr. De La Torre, and Mr. Bradley to come take your seats at the dais, please. Very, very good. Good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. Welcome to this symposium on port decarbonization and green shipping corridors. My name is Tom O'Brien. I'm the Associate Dean of the College of Professional and Continuing Education at California State University, Long Beach. And I want to welcome you on behalf of the planning team for this event, which includes CalSTA and MLIT, and we were guided by steering committees assisting both of us on both sides of the Pacific. I wanted to provide a couple of housekeeping items for this morning before we get started and before I turn it over to our chairs. First, we do have translation assistance this morning. Everything will be done via Channel 1, so if you haven't picked up your headset, please do so. The restrooms are on the other side of this wall here, out back that door and down the hallway to your left. This event is going to be live streamed and be available for playback after if you're interested in seeing portions of it again or want to share it. As a reminder, the format for today's symposium will be something akin to a hearing. So we will be hearing formal statements from the invited speakers. And we will be having questions after each of the panels from the dignitaries here on the dais. We won't be taking questions from the audience at this time, but if you do have follow-up questions, we will invite you to share them with us, and we will do our best to incorporate them into the final report that we are preparing. All of you who were invited should have received the information packet, and we will be updating that with any of the presentations that have been updated, the final and revised attendee list, so you have that, and you will be getting that within a couple of weeks. If you are interested in sharing a formal written statement based upon today's discussion, from you or your organization, we also ask that you share those with us within a 2-week period, so we can add to the final agenda. My role today is to help keep us on time and on track. So as I've talked to the secretary, if you see me sort of inch toward the podium, respectfully, it will be an indication that we're looking to reach the end of that particular session. We will, at the beginning of each of the sessions, I will come up and invite the speakers to sit here, facing the dais, and you will be able to control your own mic by touching it, and you'll see the green light come on, and you will be good to go. Patrick Shiwek from our team is right up there. He has the remote control for PowerPoints, and we are happy to give it to you to control your own, or let us know if you'd like it to advance it on your behalf. So Patrick will be the keeper of that. At this point, I would like to turn it over to our chair and co-chair for the day. We are thrilled to be joined by an amazing group of representatives from various agencies in Japan and in California here. Secretary Tokes Omishakin, Secretary of Transportation for the state of California, will be our chair today. And our co-chair is Director General Inara Masahiro from the Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism, MLIT. And our other representatives include Commissioner Patty Monahan from the California Energy Commission, Hector De La Torre, a board member of the California Air Resources Board, Traylon Bradley, Deputy Director for Sustainable Freight and Supply Chains at the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, better known as GOBIZ. And then after their opening statements, we'll be playing a welcome video from Assistant Secretary for Aviation and International Affairs from the U.S. Department of Transportation, Annie Petzonk. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Secretary Omishakin.
A very good morning, everybody, and welcome to this Japan Ministry of Land Infrastructure, Transportation and Tourism, and the State of California Port Decarbonization and Green Shipping Corridor Symposium. And thank you to distinguished officials, presenters, and observers who have joined us this morning, especially our friends and partners who've traveled all the way from Japan. I know there's a 15 to 16 hour time difference, roughly. It's probably roughly midnight there, so glad that you are here and doing well this morning. In particular, I would like to thank my co-chair for this symposium, MLET Ports and Harbors Bureau Director General Mashiro Inyada, and MLET staff who have worked closely with us in developing this symposium over the last several weeks. Additionally, I want to thank Executive Director Gene Soroka and the Port of Los Angeles team for hosting us today. Thank you, Executive Director Soroka, as well as Executive Director Mario Cordero, Mario and his team at the Port of Long Beach for hosting a symposium reception last night. Thank you very much, Mario. I would also like to thank Professor Tom O'Brien and the California State University Long Beach Center for International Trade and Transportation for helping us organize this symposium. I know Professor O'Brien has been working hard with our CalSTA team, with Giles and Mark, our Undersecretary, and many others. So Professor O'Brien, again, thank you very much for all your work and the partnership effort to create this symposium. Also, want to recognize just briefly some other state leaders. I know there are several port executives in the room this morning, but there are some other state leaders joining us. The director of the California Department of Transportation, Tony Tavares, is here. Thank you, Tony. And former chair of the California Transportation Commission, CTC, Hillary Norton, is also here this morning. So thank you for representing the state this morning as well. This symposium marks the 6th opportunity within the last 20 months I've had the opportunity to engage directly with partners and leaders from Japan, including in March when I traveled to Japan with several California state and industry leaders, including the executive director of California's major container ports, to support Governor Newsom and Lieutenant Governor Elena Koulonakis' climate trade mission. During the trade mission, California signed a historic agreement with MLET to advance port decarbonization and the development of green shipping corridors. On the dais with me this morning are the signatories and leaders of the organizations that took part in the agreement. Mashiro Inyada, Director General of Ports and Harbors Bureau at MLET. It's good to see him again. Commissioner Patty Monahan of the California Energy Commission. Patty is very passionate about issues related to clean energy and ports. It's good to have her as a partner. Thank you. Hector De La Torre, board member of the California Air Resources Board. He and I have been engaging in several discussions about cleaning up and improving port and freight and goods movement as well. And Traylon Bradley, the Deputy Director of Sustainable Freight and Supply Chain at the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development, also known as GoBiz. I know Traylon's boss, Director Myers, would have loved to have been here as well this morning, but we have Traylon, who's also a very important person on these issues. Additionally, U.S. Department of Transportation, USDOT Assistant Secretary for Aviation and International Affairs, Annie Petzock, has provided a recorded opening statement for this symposium. We will hear later. The Biden-Harris administration has been a tremendous partner throughout the COVID-19 supply chain crisis, and its climate and equity objectives are strongly aligned with both the Newsom administration and our partners in Japan. So we greatly appreciate Assistant Secretary Petzock's involvement in our symposium. We have a distinguished international group of presenters this morning, representing ports, terminal operators, maritime shipping, trucking, and the alternative energy sector as well. We've asked our presenters to consider some of the following questions in developing their presentations. First, what are the key factors influencing your approach to decarbonization? Second, what actions or policies can national, state, local, or regional governments take to support ports and the freight industry to promote port and supply chain decarbonization and the development of green shipping corridors? Third, what opportunities exist for California and Japanese ports to harmonize their port decarbonization and green shipping corridor efforts with other international ports? Fourth, what are some examples of technical or operational issues California and Japan ports will need to work through to accomplish their decarbonization goals and support the development of green shipping corridors? Here in California, I am proud to say we're backing up port decarbonization efforts with America's strongest decarbonization and zero emission policies, along with significant infrastructure funding. California recently codified the goal of reaching carbon neutrality by 2045 and reducing planet warming GHGs 85% below 1990 levels by the year 2045. Governor Gavin Newsom's executive order N79-20 sets a state goal of 100% zero emission drayage truck operation by 2035, and the California Air Resources Board, CARB, Advanced Clean Fleets Regulation creates a regulatory pathway to help achieve this goal. And California's ocean-going vessels at berth regulation and the Commercial Harbor Craft Regulation work to reduce emissions from a range of vessels and improve air quality for nearby communities. At the same time, Japan is working to meet its own long-term goal of achieving net zero by 2050. So MLET is a terrific partner to California to work with in advancing climate action on both sides of the Pacific. And I am also proud of the collaborative work being done on behalf of low-income and historically underserved communities, which are often disproportionately affected and impacted by climate change. Communities like those along the I-710 corridor near the San Pedro Bay Ports Complex where we are today bear the public health, traffic safety, and quality of life issues associated with goods movement. Diesel truck traffic and also harmful emissions impact these communities. So I believe there's really a moral imperative and an urgency to implement CalSTA's core 4 priorities: safety, climate action, equity, and economic prosperity in California's most polluted freight corridors. Therefore, I am glad to announce that even within just the last few months since California signed its port decarbonization agreement with Japan, California has taken concrete actions to advance this effort. In July, the agency I lead, the California State Transportation Agency, also known as CalSTA, on behalf of Governor Newsom, awarded $1.2 billion in Port and Freight Infrastructure Program PFIP grants, including approximately $450 million for zero-emission infrastructure, locomotives, vessels, and vehicles. Some of the projects we invested in included zero-emission terminal equipment at the ports of Long Beach, Oakland, and the port of Wainimi. Vessel projects such as a plug-in hybrid tugboat at the Port of Long Beach and an emission-capturing bonnet barge at the Port of Wainimi. Expansion of truck battery charging and hydrogen fueling locations throughout Southern California, and zero-emission hydrogen and battery electric locomotive demonstration projects in Southern California and the Central Valley. I am pleased to welcome presenters from California's ports and their Japanese counterparts who've been proactively leading the international port to climate dialogue. Our California port terminal operators and logistics professionals have long played a leading role in building sustainable supply chains. Within the last year, the Port of Los Angeles has signed climate agreements with the ports of Yokohama, Tokyo, and Nagoya. The Port of Long Beach has signed an agreement with the Port of Kobe, and yesterday learned the Port of Oakland and the Port of Long Beach also signed agreements with the Port of Yokohama. I am hopeful that our collaboration with Japan will serve as a model for the state of California's subnational climate engagement efforts with other Asian Pacific partners. I commend the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach for their work this year to advance climate agreements with the ports of Singapore and Shanghai. To advance this broader Asia-Pacific dialogue, we plan to share the initial findings of this symposium during the November 2023 Asia-Pacific Economic Cooperation, also known as APEC, forum that will be happening in San Francisco, coordinated by the California Association of Port Authorities, also known as CAPA. This symposium and CAPA's upcoming event will hopefully present new opportunities to explore climate collaboration with other APEC port and transportation authorities. There have also been some recent major developments in the international maritime industry, which accounts for roughly 3% of global greenhouse gas emissions. In July, the United Nations International Maritime Organization, the IMO, overhauled its climate strategy with a new target to reach net zero international shipping emissions close to the year 2050. So now is a good time for international policymakers at all levels of government to examine some of the policy planning implications surrounding the maritime shipping industry transitions to cleaner fuels. And I look forward to receiving presentations from NYK, Ocean Network Express 1, Long Beach Container Terminal that will provide maritime shipping industry and terminal operator perspectives on these issues. Likewise, our efforts to electrify our freight infrastructure don't end at port fence lines. So I welcome the Harbor Trucking Association's presentation on transitioning to zero-emission drayage trucking. As Japan works to meet its own long-term goal of achieving net zero by 2050, it is pioneering the development of hydrogen energy supply chains. which the Lieutenant Governor's Trade Mission saw when we were at the Port of Kobe. Companies like Toyota are leading the development of hydrogen fuel cell vehicles, which may be well suited for shorter port, terminal, and drayage vehicle operations, while diversifying energy sources and potentially taking pressure off the electric grid. So there's a lot we hope to gain from our cooperation and dialogue with Japan as we develop and refine our own zero-emission policies right here in California. I look forward to presentations we will receive from Toyota and the Japan Hydrogen Forum. I also want to commend the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development for their leadership in spearheading California's successful Arches Hydrogen Hub application to the United States Department of Energy. Last week, California was awarded up to $1.2 billion in federal funding to build and expand hydrogen clean energy projects, including transportation and port-related projects. I look forward to receiving an update on this important effort. With that, I would like to turn it over to my co-chair, Emlet Ports and Harbors Bureau Director General Mashiro Inyata, for his opening comments as well.
Mr. Secretary, Mr. Director General, my apologies. We have one thing that we need to add and take care of. I'd like to call up at this time Officer Stacy Creech to do a safety briefing.
Okay, yeah.
To make sure that we're all good.
Yes.
Safety is good.
Good morning, and thank you. This morning, here, let me just go with the script here, just in case. All right, so for your safety, please listen carefully to the following instructions. If there is an emergency and you are asked to evacuate, please follow the instructions of uniformed officers. They will direct you out of the building if necessary. It will be through these two back doors, and we will have officers outside if needed. Do not use the elevators. There are staircases just outside of these two doors that will lead you back down to the first floor. We'd also like to request that you please silence your electronic devices at this time, and please refrain from blocking any of the exits. Thank you.
Thank you, Officer Creech. And one other thing we'd like to do, we'd like to have Jean Soroka come up and say a few words of welcome at this point. The Executive Director of the Port of Los Angeles, followed by Consul General of Japan in Los Angeles, Mr. Kingo Sone, to also say a few words, and then we'll be back on track. Thank you. Jean?
Thank you.
After having lived in Asia for 11 years, my apologies. We get a little nervous when we have so many people coming here today, so we've gone a little bit backwards. But number one, welcome. And to our friends who have traveled across the Pacific, thank you so much. It's great to see so many friends. Sone-san, thank you. We'll have you come up in just a moment to introduce and give welcome remarks. As traditional, in American government, we have so many people to thank. So again, please accept my apologies for going backwards today, but there are so many people to say thank you to. Sone-san, thank you for coming in today. Your support of the ports of the city of Los Angeles, of the United States, have been exemplary, and we appreciate all of your work. In order, we'll say thank yous really quick, so please bear with me, but it is very traditional here in the United States. For the Japan Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism, Inada-san, thank you so much for coming in. We appreciate all the work we've done back in Tokyo and Yokohama, and thank you for coming in today. Secretary Omashakin, with your very poignant remarks and your ongoing support. We last saw you here during the summertime to announce Governor Newsom's record-breaking investment in the 11 municipal ports and the 12th private port in the state of California. Thank you for your ongoing support of what we do. California Energy Commission is represented today by Patty Moynihan, who continues to show leadership and steadfast support for advancing our goals here at the ports. Thank you very much, Commissioner. Hector Delatorre, who represents the California Air Resources Board, who we met with yesterday with former Congresswoman Lucille Roybal Allard, who was a 30-year member of the United States House of Representatives following her father, who served for 30 years in that great house. Hector, thank you for your ongoing leadership and support and the ability to sit down and talk every day about what we need to do here in the state of California. And Trey, thanks so much. You guys are working every day under the leadership of Director Dee Dee Myers, who has been an icon in American government since she became the White House's first female spokesperson under President Clinton. We're surrounded by American royalty today. Thank you. And Annie Petzonik, again, under Secretary Buttigieg, Deputy Secretary Polly Trottenberg, and so many others in the Department of Transportation and the Maritime Administration, we thank you for your ongoing support. And for our visitors from the Port of Kobe, Matsuki-san, Director General, Ishikawa-san from the Port of Yokohama, Deputy Director, from the Nagoya Port Authority, and our friend Kamada-san, thank you very much for joining. And from the Port of Tokyo, Katsuyori-san, Deputy Director General for Technical Affairs. Thank you for being here today. And to my friend Mario Cordero, who continues to work with us in leadership positions around cleaning the air, greening our supply chain, and all the work that needs to be done to navigate the public-private partnerships that we have is greatly appreciated. Mario, thank you. Danny Wan has come down from the Port of Oakland to share with us his perspectives in the Central Valley of California and the breadbasket of California, the American agriculture transportation system. And to Kristen Dekas, CEO and Port Director from Hueneme in Ventura County, former president, along with Mario Cordero of the American Association of Port Authorities. We thank you. So please now, after all these introductions, may we have a round of applause for our esteemed guests. I had an entire list of remarks, but I want to make sure that we keep pace. Anthony Otto is here, Brian Brandeis, so many other folks, Alan McCorkle, Linda Frame, so many people that, Michelle Grubbs is here. So many people that make up the fabric of this San Pedro Bay Port Complex. We thank you for your ongoing support and leadership. And for those of you who are baseball fans in the room, Otani-san must stay with the Los Angeles Angels of Anaheim, the California Angels, however we term this. But this is the best player in baseball, and we are fully supportive of him staying here in Southern California. But now I'll turn it back to Dr. O'Brien to lead us into the next stage. But again, thank you so much. Tony, thank you for coming in today, and we appreciate all the effects that this leadership has, not only here in Southern California and back in Japan, but across the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Gene. And at this point, I would like to invite Mr. Kengo Sone, Consul General of Japan in Los Angeles, to also offer a few words of welcome.
Good morning, everybody. My list will be a little bit shorter. Mr. Talks on Michigan, Secretary, California State Transportation Agency. Mr. Inada, Director General of Ports on the Harbor Bureau, Emirate of Japan. Ms. Patty Moynihan, Commissioner, California Energy Commission. Mr. Traylan Bradley, Deputy Director, GoBase. And Mr. Hector Delatorre, the board member of the California Air Resource Board. Thank you for joining us today. And also I'd like to thank the Gene for providing this venue. Thank you very much. And Mario Cordero, CEO of the Port of Long Beach, also supporting this program as well. And everybody, it's been nice to be joining you for this Green Shipping Corridor Symposium on the important topic of climate change and environmental actions. In March this year, Lieutenant Governor Kunalaskis of State of California visited Japan, a very successful visit, and many commitments were made by both State of California and their counterpart in Japan. Today's symposium, one of the important follow-up actions of efforts in the field of ports and the harbor collaborations. The addressing the climate crisis is a pressing needs issues. Both Japan and the United States, together with the leading global countries, have a common goal of achieving carbon neutrality by 2050. Of course, California has more progressive commitment than any other state or country, and Japan is now taking a proactive approach, particularly regarding the innovation in hydrogen technology. The U.S. and Japanese government are now working closely on the renewable energy technologies, including automobile or electrification of the automobiles and heavy machineries. Hydrogen technology collaboration is particularly a good example, and it is encouraging that here in Los Angeles region, we are working on the important step to achieve the carbon neutral port. A good example is at the Japan Hydrogen Forum, consisting of more than 20 Japanese companies working on this hydrogen technology issues here in this region. Recently, the U.S. Department of Energy adopted the Hydrogen Hub and approved the California proposal. So this initiative is a great opportunity to accelerate the decarbonization of port sectors in U.S. And I'm sure that many Japanese companies and government agencies here are very interested in collaboration through these opportunities. Since there are many Japanese port authorities joining today, I hope they can learn innovative and progressive initiatives carried out by the American U.S. ports here in California. And in turn, Japanese Port Authority can take concrete actions on their respective port with the support from the U.S. port authorities or the counterparts in the United States. So I think together we can make a difference. I hope today's symposium will be successful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Director General?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. I'm Inada from MLIT Japanese government. I'll use Japanese. 特措オミキシャキンカリフォルニア州運輸長官から冒頭包括的な素晴らしいスピーチをいただきました。リーダーシップに感謝申し上げます。この度、皆様と共に日本カリフォルニア州港湾脱炭素化グリーン海運回廊シンポジアムをここロサンゼルスで開催できること大変嬉しく思っております。まずはじめに本日のシンポジウムの開催にあたってご尽力いただきましたすべての皆様に感謝を申し上げます。さて、パリ協定を踏まえて日本では2050年カーボンニュートラル、2030年温室効果ガスを2013年度比 46% 削減という目標を掲げています。こうした中で国土交通省は港について気候変動対策の緩和策としてカーボンニュートラルポートイニシアチブ、洋上風力発電の導入促進などを進めています。日本では港湾臨海部には CO2 排出量の約6割を占める産業の多くが集積しています。カーボンニュートラルポートの形成を通じて港湾のみならず産業の脱炭素化にも貢献してまいります。 CNP の形成を計画的に進めるため、短期的には低炭素型二薬機械や LNG 燃料船への燃料供給に必要な設備の導入促進支援等に取り組みます。さらに中長期的には脱炭素化技術の開発が加速化していくことを踏まえて、新たな技術の導入や水素サプライチェーンの構築に向けて港湾管理者や民間企業と協力をして検討を進めていくこととしています。加えて脱炭素化の段階的な取り組みを見える化し促進するための認証制度を創設していきたいと考えています。カリフォルニア州は環境政策に関しては米国の中でもトップクラスの取り組みをしていると承知しています。また米国は日本にとって最大の貿易相手国の一つです。特に日本とカリフォルニア州の主要港を結ぶ基幹航路は日米の貿易を支える重要な航路であります。このため日本、カリフォルニア州の主要港湾が連携してこの航路でグリーン海運回路を早期に形成することはこの航路の競争性を高めることになると思います。加えて主要な物流ルートの安定性を向上させます。これによって日米双方の経済産業の発展に寄与すると考えています。本日のシンポジウムを一つの契機として国土交通省とカリフォルニア州が港湾管理者や船会社さんの関係者とともに連携を深めてグリーン海運回路の形成に関する具体的な取り組みを加速することができるということを期待して挨拶といたします。本日はよろしくお願いをいたします。Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director General, for those remarks, and again, the continued partnership and relationship with California. Next, I would like to call upon Commissioner Patty Monahan from the California Energy Commission for her opening remarks as well. Thank you for being here.
Thank you. Well, good morning. My name is Patty Monahan, Commissioner at the California Energy Commission, and I had a long list of thank yous, but I think we've had a lot of thank yous already. So to keep us on track on time, I'll just dive into the substance of my remarks. So the California Energy Commission is the lead energy policy and planning agency in the state of California. I have the honor of convening a California Ports Collaborative, where we meet regularly with California ports across different agencies, including the California Air Resources Board and the Caltrans and other agencies to talk about ways that we can learn from each other in port decarbonization, and also to talk about some of the opportunities and challenges that ports are facing as they move towards a decarbonized future. In terms of the state goals, as Secretary Omishakin already laid out, but just to reiterate that California is committed to a 100% clean energy future. SB 100 requires that 100% of our electricity must be carbon-free by 2045, and AB 1279 requires the state to be carbon neutral no later than 2045. And to achieve this, we have to focus on transportation. Transportation is half of the state's greenhouse gas emissions when you account for the production of the fuel itself. And the pollution from transportation disproportionately impacts communities of color and low-income communities. This is, from a state perspective, a priority is really to ensure that these impacts are zeroed out. In 2020, Governor Newsom set a target of a 100% zero-emission transportation sector over the next 15 to 25 years. As they relate to ports, the goals call for all off-road equipment to be zero-emission by 2035 where feasible, and all on-road medium and heavy-duty vehicles to be zero-emission by 2045. These are very aggressive goals, and we are working hard to achieve them in the state. So again, the Energy Commission is the lead energy planning agency. So we are responsible for evaluating how we're going to achieve these goals. How are we going to get to a 100% clean electricity system? how do we integrate hydrogen into this and plan for the production of hydrogen? What are the impacts on the grid? And I want to emphasize that the state energy agencies are working collaboratively to ensure that we can speed the deployment of clean energy resources on the grid. Right now, there are some barriers to being able to move quickly. We are balancing the need for electricity reliability with the need to meet our state goals. And it's taking all the energy agencies to work together very hard to overcome the barriers to deploying clean energy resources more swiftly. As I said, the Energy Commission is the lead for also building out infrastructure for zero-emission transportation. So we coordinate very closely with our sister agency, the California Air Resources Board. They set vehicle standards. We are the ones that make sure that there's enough infrastructure to fuel those vehicles. In terms of planning, we release a charging infrastructure assessment every 2 years, and we're soon going to be finalizing a hydrogen infrastructure assessment for medium and heavy-duty vehicles, which we're required to do every 3 years. In the interest of time, I'm not going to go into those analysis, but I'm happy to talk to folks afterwards about the results of those. In addition, we have grant programs. We have grant programs for research and development on both the infrastructure side and the fuel side. And we also have grants to deploy infrastructure. Over the last several years, the legislature and the governor have doubled down on funding for infrastructure for zero-emission transportation. Last year, we approved a $2.9 billion investment plan for clean transportation, with about 95% of the money going towards infrastructure. We fund grants for both hydrogen infrastructure and charging infrastructure, and we're seeing increased interest by stakeholders in funding for hydrogen on the heavy-duty side. So we have a few grant programs. I'm just going to touch briefly on them. One is called Energize Commercial Vehicles. This is the nation's first block grant incentive program for medium and heavy-duty vehicles. And the program currently has a budget of $184 million. We're considering increasing that. And ports can benefit because there's a drayage set-aside funding lane, which complements a CARB incentive project. We also fund blueprints for the planning of zero-emission refueling infrastructure. The Port of Long Beach actually was the first one to receive a planning grant, and they've received follow-on funding to be able to implement the plans in that blueprint. I also want to just emphasize a few of the research and development grants that we're funding. So we're funding storage plus solar in medium and heavy-duty transportation applications to improve resilience, reduce peak demand, and increase the use of renewables in a cost-effective way. Other relevant grants support responsive charging to cut peak demand, innovative opportunity charging, pairing solar and wind with dynamic load limiting technologies, and next-generation charging and hydrogen technologies. So I want to just conclude by saying that the state of California is deeply committed to working with Japan so that we can learn from each other and speed the deployment of these clean energy resources more swiftly. This is an opportunity for global collaboration that we are pleased to be partnering on, and just look forward to the rest of the day and to working with all of you so we can advance our shared goals.
Thank you, Commissioner Monahan, for those remarks. Next, I want to go to Commissioner Hector de la Torre for his opening remarks as well. Commissioner.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Ohayo gozaimasu. In March 2023, as has been said, Lieutenant Governor Eleni Kounalakis led the trade mission with over 100 participants from the California side to meet with Japan to try to develop opportunities for cleaning up the goods movement sector in both countries. There was a specific focus on climate policy, green technologies, and emissions reductions. Leanne Randolph, our chair of our board, was the keynote at the California-Japan Climate Summit that took place during that time. The letter of intent that you all signed at that time included collaboration on best practices, including incentives and regulations. Since that time, the California Air Resources Board staff and others, members of the team, have met with 6 delegations from Japan since the spring. CARB, the California Air Resources Board, promotes and protects public health through the reduction of air pollution. It's that simple. We are 55 years old as an agency. We predate, this is very important, we predate the United States Environmental Protection Agency, and we predate the United States Clean Air Act. So California was already a leader in the 1960s on environmental policy, well before the federal government in the United States followed us. In the 1960s, we had 186 smog alerts per year. Today, that number is 0. So we have succeeded in addressing the most egregious pollution in the state of California. How did we do it? Through a significant cleaning of vehicles, factories, fuels, and other emitting sectors while growing our economy. It's very important that we have that balance. But we still have much to do. For example, the ports complex that we are sitting in right now has over 1,200 per million cancer risk for the people who live around these communities, by far the most in Southern California. The California Air Resources Board also leads on combating climate change by reducing greenhouse gases. This is an obligation that was created more recently, not 55 years ago. AB 32, the legislation that authorized CARB to take on climate change, was approved in 2006. I am proud to say that I voted for that legislation as a member of the California State Assembly at that time. We have achieved the initial target of 1990 greenhouse gas levels by 2020, and we achieved it 3 years early in 2017. And since then, we have continued that decline in greenhouse gas emissions. Our next target is an additional 40% reduction from those 1990 levels by 2030. A very tough target to reach. And then the subsequent target after that is the one that Secretary Omishakin referenced of carbon neutrality by 2045, which will mean reducing greenhouse gases 85% from the 1990 levels that we started with. So a big challenge for the state of California when you think of removing 85% of greenhouse gases in a state as voluminous as California with 40 million residents. Just last year, we approved a scoping plan at the California Air Resources Board, which is similar to your Meet the 5-year plans of how are we going to get there. It prioritizes emissions reductions that protect health for low-income and disadvantaged communities across all sectors. And one need not to look much further than that map that has the port complex, which is right on the water, all the crooked parcels right on the water. And you go just a little bit in, and you see the gray grid. Those are residents. They are living right next to this facility and Long Beach. So we have much, much more work to do. But we are confident. We are the 5th largest economy in the world if we were our own country, and sometimes it feels like we should be. We are the biggest international trade gateway in the United States with seaports, railroads, and highways. In fact, 37% of U.S. imports and 21% of U.S. exports come out of this port complex. We have innovated constantly in the state of California in order to reach all of these ambitious targets. And the most recent one, and I don't want to take Trey's thunder, is the $1.2 billion Arches Hydrogen Hub for the production, distribution, and adoption of hydrogen technologies in the state of California. But we have, again, much work to be done. As I told Jean yesterday in our meeting, and I've said to Mario at other occasions, the only options are dirty stagnation or clean growth. And we are committed to clean growth in the state of California. Despite improvements in public health that track with our cleaning the air, disadvantaged, underserved, and low-income communities are still disproportionately affected. On that map, our neighbors in this area are disadvantaged, low-income communities. There are no wealthy people living right around this complex. So what does that impact? Just one example. 70% of the cancer-causing effect of air pollution in Southern California comes from diesel. 70%. So medium and heavy-duty trucks and locomotives are an absolute priority because they take the goods out of this complex and to the rest of the United States. The major corridors go through disadvantaged communities, so we are committed to cleaning them. How? Through a myriad of regulations. Our truck and bus rule, which we have updated numerous times to clean up trucks and buses. Our advanced clean truck rule, which has just been affirmed by the manufacturers of the trucks. We do not fear any litigation on this, as the manufacturers, the OEMs, have agreed to produce the trucks at zero emission trucks. The Advanced Clean Fleet Rule, which we just approved a few months ago, which will be on the demand side to push the purchasers of zero emission trucks, and locomotives. Just this spring also approved another regulation on locomotives in California. The goal is zero emissions. As Patty said, transportation is about 50% of our greenhouse gases, so we cannot ignore that sector. As for seaports, the good news this week is that the federal government approved our at-berth rule, which is that all vessels must plug in at dock. That is a very important feature and move for the state of California. And I will say it builds on a previous regulation for container vessels that is already at over 80% compliance. So we are building on that success by going to other vessels that are not containerized. We also have regulations on transportation refrigeration units, harbor craft, and then coming soon, cargo handling equipment and ocean-going vessels in California waters. We are not done with our regulatory regime for the goods movement sector. In addition, as Tokes mentioned, billions of dollars in federal and state incentives to encourage the transformation of this sector, whether that's transportation, freight, equipment, and infrastructure, all of the above. We are all in California in this transition. In terms of Japan, we look forward to continuing to work with you on research and development, on investments, on adoption. Certainly we understand the meaning of our efforts on hydrogen and how they dovetail with Japan's efforts in hydrogen. And on climate change, we need to collectively reduce greenhouse gas reductions. By definition, trade requires at least two parties. So in this case, the climate impacts must be addressed by both parties, the United States, in this case California, and Japan. Japan and California have the intention to continue to move forward. We applaud that. And we are in an awkward place of the no longer, we're in between the no longer and the not yet. And we must deliver on this promise of cleaning up our atmosphere, our environment. We will reduce greenhouse gases and promote sustainable practices. We will support the creation and adoption of green technologies and fuels in the maritime industry. CARB is committed. Arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you, Commissioner. And it's good to be reminded of California's leadership that predates even the federal leadership on many environmental challenges that this country faces. Thanks for your leadership there. Last but not least in any kind of way, Deputy Director from the Governor's Office of GoBiz. From GoBiz, Trey Bradley is here to deliver some remarks as well. Thank you for being here, Trey.
Thank you, Chair, and good morning, everyone. It's great to be here in the San Pedro Port Complex. I will keep my remarks brief. Also, I know that we are on time. I just want to extend my sincere thanks for you all being here on behalf of our director, Dee Dee Myers, who could not be here today. But I think that in speaking with Dee Dee, one thing that immediately comes to mind is that it's really been a historic year in terms of partnership with Japan. And our office works directly with the business community and economic development community to de-risk investment in the private sector and align projects with state goals and vision. In this past year, just to name some of the numerous partnerships just within the space of climate that have been made between Japanese companies and companies here in California. It's a partnership to launch satellites at low cost in a low Earth orbit to track emissions. Numerous partnerships in hydrogen, which we will be discussing in detail earlier, including hydrogen aircraft, also with heavy-duty truck applications. There was a really large announcement at the beginning of this year that Japan was going to be the first nation that our rare earth supply would be making a partnership with. And just in the last several months, there was the processing of rare earths, which will create neodymium magnets, which will power all the technologies that we're discussing here today, from offshore wind turbines to hydrogen fuel cell vehicles. It was with Japan that first announcement was made because the recognition of the partnership and innovation within that space of critical materials. And of course, there's also the whole space of vehicle components and automotive. There's numerous partnerships that have been made in the last year on electric vehicle takeoff and landing applications with heavy-duty trucks and medium-duty trucks. And Toyota is a great example, as mentioned earlier. We're actually just not that far from where the first Toyota plant was entered into the United States about 50 years ago this year. So just a historic year in partnership with Japan, which really brings us to what this MOU underlines, because a lot of at the baseline of what we're discussing in climate today, the implementation and execution of building the clean economy of tomorrow will take place at our ports. As mentioned by the chair, secretary, is that we are really living in a time of historic public investment, not only from the California state government, but also from the federal government. As many of us will mention today, and it was mentioned about the ARCHES application for hydrogen that we have in partnership with the Department of Energy. If you take into account the entire Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Law, and the CHIPS and Science Act, and you put them in totality together, adjust for inflation, is a little bit more than the New Deal, which is considered one of the largest investments that the United States has made historically within infrastructure and development in totality. It really brings the opportunity here, and this is where we as GoBiz, and I think all of our state partners, and many of those who I see in the audience in the room today, to really drive public-private partnerships that align with local vision at our ports in these investments. And I know that we'll get to discussing some of these investments more in detail later, but as mentioned, the PFIT program, how many investments were made in clean technologies, it is not many years down the road that you will see that application in real time with a clean hydrogen train operating on the Pacific Harbor Line here within the San Pedro Port Complex. I'll just wrap up there that the challenges are great, but with the historic challenges and such investment brings great opportunity, and want to continue to thank our partners in Japan as we embark on this effort in addressing this moment. And I know that we're at time. I believe the next is a video that we'll be ready to.
Thanks, Trey, Deputy Director, for those comments as well. And thanks to your department organization for all the partnering and with business leaders in Japan and continuing to foster and build that relationship between companies, growing companies that are more and more coming to Japan. As Director Soroka mentioned earlier, the Biden-Harris administration has been a tremendous partner for us in our efforts around cleaning up ports and making ports more efficient. President Biden has been to this port complex on multiple occasions. I know he and Secretary Buttigieg are very much locked into a lot of our efforts here. We've had a chance to directly engage them, and representing them this morning is Assistant Secretary Annie Petsock, who is going to appear to us via video. So, Professor, if you could cue up that video.
Hello, my name is Annie Petsock, and I serve as the Assistant Secretary for Aviation and International Affairs at the United States Department of Transportation. I would like to welcome each of you to this symposium. The urgent need for climate action is clear. Now is the moment to raise the level of climate ambition and take concrete steps to catalyze investment in decarbonizing ports and all of maritime transportation. As you know so well, the maritime sector is the foundation of international law. It can and must become the foundation of the global shift to zero-emitting fuels. We in the Biden-Harris administration are eager to work with you to make this transformation, and we together have important tools in the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law and the Inflation Reduction Act signed into law by President Biden. The Inflation Reduction Act provides the Environmental Protection Agency with $3 billion to fund zero-emission port equipment and technology. I want to congratulate our California friends. As President Biden announced last Friday, California has been awarded up to $1.2 billion from the United States Department of Energy to build and expand a regional clean hydrogen hub. This is a major project focused on clean energy and on creating green jobs, putting our nation on the road to the goal of achieving a net zero carbon economy. We in the Department of Transportation are prioritizing climate action across all our modes of transportation. And we know that working with partners like Japan to spur action is the best path forward. Our Secretary, Pete Buttigieg, was pleased to tour the Port of Yokohama in June during the G7 Transportation Ministerial. I was able to join him and see firsthand how the port is prioritizing decarbonization and beginning to install the infrastructure needed for the safe and efficient use of low and zero carbon marine fuels. Japan is truly positioning itself to be a global leader in the future of maritime, as is California. What a great partnership. We are also working closely with Japanese partners on another major transportation challenge, namely decarbonizing aviation, which is another hard-to-abate sector like maritime. International cooperation is helping advance sustainable aviation fuels, also called SAF, S-A-F, including at the recent Japan International Transport and Tourism Institute, the USA Civil Aviation Symposium. And our partnership extends to key multilateral forums, such as APEC, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, also known as IPEF, and the Quad. We welcome California's Port and Freight Infrastructure Program and its critical investments in zero-emissions infrastructure, locomotives, vessels, and vehicles. The letter of intent between the State of California and the Japan Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism to support port decarbonization is a great example of a framework that can help drive innovation and build momentum. This symposium is an important step in advancing that framework and showcasing the leadership of the United States and Japan maritime industries. The International Maritime Organization is another key place where we partner with Japan. The IMO in July set an ambition to reach net zero greenhouse gas emissions from international shipping by close to 2050. This net zero target, along with intermediate targets in 2030 and 2040, as well as a 2030 target for increased uptake of zero and near zero fuels and technologies, sends a strong signal to the industry to accelerate the decarbonization trajectory. Now, we recognize that this trajectory is not one size fits all, but there are priorities we want to emphasize regardless of which approach is taken. We are committed to including community voices in the decarbonization journey in line with the Biden-Harris administration's Justice 40 initiative. The health, safety, and security of people who live around the ports, and vitally of people who work in and around the ports, is fundamental. That's why we're committed to building a net zero world that prioritizes the workforce at the heart of the industry. Labor has key roles to play in developing the pathways and implementing the solutions. Last year, the United States published a Green Shipping Corridors framework that establishes building blocks for full decarbonization. Earlier this year, the Department of Transportation and 3 other federal agencies released the National Blueprint for Transportation Decarbonization. The blueprint is a landmark strategy for cutting all greenhouse gas emissions from the transportation sector by 2050. We recognize the need to integrate the decarbonization strategies across the different modes of transportation so that sectoral efforts work synergistically rather than competing for a limited supply of green electrons and green fuels. That's why the Department of Transportation and federal partners are developing a maritime-specific action plan in support of the blueprint, an action plan that recognizes this need for integration. We aim to release the action plan early next year, and learnings from this symposium can help inform it. We understand the path to decarbonization will be challenging, but it is a shared commitment from a broad array of stakeholders, deepened through events like this symposium, that can help overcome these barriers. Learning, coordination, and planning will help all of us navigate a complex environment to achieve a common goal of maritime decarbonization. We applaud the California State Transportation Agency and the Japan Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport, and Tourism for convening this symposium. And we welcome the steps already taken by ports, transportation providers, and maritime stakeholders. This is an important journey, perhaps the most important journey the maritime sector has taken since, in the immortal words of Jimmy Buffett, it switched from sails to steam. Thank you, and we look forward to working with you and sailing with you toward the future that we all together need.
We thank the Assistant Secretary for her comments. At this point, I would like to invite up to the podium or to take a seat Mr. Tomohiro Yamane, the Director for International Policy, Ports and Harbors Bureau for MLIT, who will give a presentation. What we will do after his presentation is take our break. Professor Giuliano from the University of Southern California is unable to be here, but she taped her presentation and her PowerPoint, which provides valuable context for the discussion we have today, and it's been added to the link in your packet, so you'll be able to view that. One other request, I think if we all remember that this symposium includes simultaneous translation, if we all speak a little slower, I think it will help the translators. So just a reminder for that. So with that, please welcome. Thank you.
Let me just start by introduce myself. My name is Tomohiro Yamane from Ports and Harbors Bureau, Ministry of Land, Infrastructure, Transport and Tourism, Japan. I am in charge of international cooperation on the port decarbonization. I am very pleased to be able to speak today at this wonderful symposium. Okay, next please. I have divided my presentation into 4 parts. First, I would like to give you significant green shipping corridors. Second, international shipping initiative. Thirdly, carbon neutral ports CNP initiative. Finally, I will examine the role of ports for the development of green shipping corridors. Next, please. Okay, I'd like to start by talking about significance of green shipping corridors. We think that green shipping corridors can help speed up the development, testing, and use of scalable zero and near zero emission fuels and technologies and the investments for infrastructure for the shipping and port industry. Accordingly, ports are expected to have necessary functions for green shipping corridors, such as zero and near zero emissions cargo handling equipment, bunkering facilities of zero and near zero emission fuel for vessels, and so on. And green shipping corridors are discussed in various frameworks. For example, Quad and G7. Recently, at G7 Transport Ministers meeting in June 2023, it is reaffirmed to support the establishment of at least 14 green shipping corridors involving G7 members by the middle of this decade. Next. Now, I will move on to the next section and talk about international shipping initiatives. International shipping initiatives is handled by the Maritime Bureau of the MLIT in Japan. Today, on behalf of the MLIT, I would like to introduce our efforts. However, I am not very familiar with it, so I have asked Mr. Masui to come here. So, he is Mr. Masui. He is an expert on international shipping initiatives and knows Japanese maritime policy. International shipping plays an important role in world trade and have to continue to provide service that meets the growing transportation demands associated with economic development. Nowadays, CO2 emissions from international shipping account for about 2% of global emissions, and reduction GHG emissions is also an important issue. Therefore, a transition of maritime fuels is essential in order to reduce GHG emissions from international shipping surely. The movement towards transition of maritime fuels has already begun, and marine fuels are expected to shift from heavy fuels oil currently in use to zero-emission fuels such as ammonia and hydrogen. Next. Ammonia and hydrogen are considered as promising marine fuels for reducing GHG emissions, but technology development is required to use them as marine fuels. For this reason, Japanese government is supporting the development of core technologies for zero-emission ships, such as engine and fuel supply system. Japan Engine Corporation started the world's first mixed combustion test of ammonia fuels engine for large ships in this May. Through private-public cooperation, the ammonia fuel ships is scheduled to start operation in 2026 and the hydrogen fuel ships in 2027. And next, in order to operate zero-emission ships, it is necessary to safety bunker zero-emission fuels such as ammonia and hydrogen. For this reason, Japan has Japan has just started considering the development of bunkering guidelines for zero emissions fuels. Next, please. Next, the International Maritime Organization, IMO, is currently discussing unified GHG reduction measures in international shipping. The target of zero GHG emissions by or around 2050 was agreed as the 2023 IMO GHG strategy was adopted in this July. Achieving this goal will not be easy, and we have to further promote the early replacement of conventional fossil fuel ships with zero-emission ships that do not emit GHG. International shipping have to work together as one. So IMO is planning to begin full-scale consideration of measures to achieve the goal. And both economic measures based on GHG emissions pricing mechanism and technical measures to gradually reduce GHG emissions intensity have been proposed to IMO. Japan has proposed to the IMO the introduction of the levy system called the fee-based system as one of new measures to IMO. This system imposes levies of fossil fuels ships and provide rebate to zero-emission ships. This proposal aims to promote fuel transition in international shipping by reducing the price gap between conventional fuel and zero-emission fuel and providing economic incentives for the introduction of zero-emission ships. As a regulatory method, the EU has proposed the GHG fuels intensity standards (GFS), which regulates annual GHG emission levels in stages. Japan believes that GFS can be an effective regulatory tool to achieve targets and will continue to thoroughly consider and discuss the development of GFS system. So now I'd like to turn to Carbon Neutral Ports CNP initiative. Next, please. And do you know the term carbon neutral port or CNP? And zero and near zero emission fuel bunkering facilities are essential in ports and harbors for zero emission ship operations. In order to realize green shipping corridors, it is also important to reduce emissions from ports, which are the nodal points between land and sea. For this reason, MLIT promotes the policy called as Carbon Neutral Port Initiative to decarbonize ports operation, including introduction of zero and near zero emission cargo handling equipment and onshore power supply facilities for ships. Next. The carbon neutral port has also pillar. In Japan, most refineries, power plants, ironworks, and the chemical industries are located in ports and coastal areas. This is around 60% of Japan's total CO2 emissions. In order to achieve carbon neutrality in Japan in the future, the energy used in these industries must be converted to new energy sources, such as hydrogen and ammonia. The conversion of energy used by these industries to new energy sources, such as hydrogen and ammonia, is necessary to achieve carbon neutrality in Japan. The ports must be able to accept this new energy. For that reason, to support the reduction of GHG emissions from ports and coastal areas by development of an environment for receiving hydrogen and ammonia, Next, please. This is an image of carbon neutral port initiative. In order to strongly promote carbon neutral port initiative, MLIT is making various efforts, such as amending law, implement of systems, and site demonstrations. Next, please. To promote carbon neutral port initiative, we amended the Port and Harbors Act last year. Firstly, the role that ports and harbors are to play in bringing about a decarbonized society was clearly stated in the basic policy. Secondly, MLIT established a system to enable port management bodies to organize port decarbonization promotion councils for discussion and coordination with stakeholders and to make port decarbonization. Each stakeholder is supposed to work on its decarbonization efforts based on this plan, because it is important to involve a wide range of public and private stakeholders to promote efforts for decarbonization at ports. Next, please. Currently, we have no common global goal for decarbonization in the port sector, and each port and terminals makes efforts for decarbonization independently. MLIT works on introduction of the certification system for container terminals to objectively evaluate decarbonization efforts. The certification system can be useful as an evaluation index for Japanese ports regarding the efforts to decarbonize ports towards green shipping corridor. MLIT will share the certification system at international forums to enhance its global recognition. Next. And we are proceeding with the demonstration to introduce new technology using hydrogen at ports. Through the demonstration, we will investigate safety measures, supply system, and facility layout, and greenhouse reduction effect. Next, please. Japan is also working to develop offshore wind power. Japanese energy strategic plan was approved by the Cabinet in October 2021, raising the percentage of renewable energy to 36 to 38% by FY 2030. The aim is to introduce 5.7 gigawatt of offshore wind power. MLIT designated ports that have valves used for the installation and maintenance of offshore wind power generation facilities as base ports, and established a system to lease such valves to power producers for a long period of time, up to 30 years, in February 2020. Finally, I'll examine the role of ports for development of green shipping corridors. Next, please. This is the last slide. A green shipping corridor can help speed up the development, testing, and use of scalable zero and near zero emissions fuels and technologies, and investment for infrastructure for the shipping and port industry. Necessary functions of ports to contribute to establish green shipping corridors. First, ability to supply zero and near zero emissions fuels. Next, zero and near zero emission cargo handling equipment is necessary in order to develop a green shipping corridor cooperation, not only between governments but also between ports and between companies that are working to decarbonize ports is important. Through the sharing of ideas and best practice between Japan and California, MLIT would like to support the efforts for development a green shipping corridor connecting ports in Japan and California that can serve as an example for the world. That's all I have to say. So thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Professor, can I ask questions now or after the break?
No, please go ahead now. Maybe we'll take one or two questions.
Okay, yeah. Director Yamain, thank you for those remarks, and again, thank you for the partnership. It was good to talk to you while I was in Tokyo earlier this year. So you mentioned green shipping corridors in your presentation towards the end there. What are some of the challenges that you see in being able to create or establish more of those partnerships with international ports across the globe? Are there some challenges that you recognize and see from your work?
So it is important to collaborate and share best practice among government ports and companies with other international ports. Challenges is to create an environment for such collaborations. So we believe that there are two laws requirements of ports comprising the green shipping corridor. One is bunkering functions for low and zero decarbonized fuels, and the other is the decarbonization of terminal operations. For the bunkering functions, either one of the ports comprising the green shipping corridor is required. So in this context, it is important to collaborate among governments, ports, and companies to share best practice in order to proceeding with their efforts efficiently. And the greatest challenges for us is to create an environment for this to happen. I believe that today's symposium was a great step forward towards solving this challenge.
Yeah, thank you very much. I don't know if any of our panelists here, my colleagues, have further questions for the director. If not, yes, Commissioner Monahan.
Well, thank you, Director Yamano. I wonder, your presentation states that Japan seeks to introduce 5.7 gigawatts of offshore wind by 2030, and that MLIT has designated specific Japanese ports with wharves for the installation and maintenance of offshore facilities. California, too, has ambitious goals for offshore wind. This is an area where we could have a deeper partnership. What key activities do you anticipate will occur at Japanese ports to advance Japan's offshore wind efforts in the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, sorry. And we recognize that for the installation and maintenance of offshore wind power generation facilities, it is essential to have ports and harbors with wharves for loading and unloading and pre-assembly of heavy and bulky offshore wind turbine components and sites for strongly offshore wind turbine components. So I believe that the base ports is construction is we need to create wind power, offshore wind power farm in the future.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Yamane-san. I think at this time, we will take a break. If I can ask that we make it 10 minutes instead of 15, that will help us stay on track Again, the restrooms are out the back door. There's coffee available, and we will reconvene in 10 minutes. Thank you. I believe that for our dignitaries, there's been a request to have a photo taken. So if we can keep you for 2 more minutes, please. Hello, if I could ask people to take their seats again. We'd like to stay on schedule, so. At this time, I'd also like to introduce CalSTA Undersecretary Mark Tollefson, who will be sitting in occasionally today when Secretary Omishakin is unable to listen to the testimony. So I'd like to invite Undersecretary Tollefson up to the dais as well. And also invite to come and sit before us. We're going to be hearing presentations now from 4 of the Japanese ports. So I would like to invite Ryuichi Matsuki-san from the Port of Kobe, the Deputy Director General for the Port of Kobe. Tetsuo Ishikawa-san, the Deputy Director General, Port and Harbor Bureau for the City of Yokohama. Yuji Kamada-san, the Executive Vice President for the Nagoya Port Authority, and Mitsuhiko Katayori-san, the Deputy Director General for Technical Affairs from the Bureau of Port and Harbor from the Tokyo Metropolitan Government. So, please proceed. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I am Matsuki, Deputy Director General, the Port and Harbor Bureau of the Kobe City Government. Today, I really appreciate that I could have an opportunity for explaining our efforts to make the Port of Kobe a carbon neutral port. First, I'd like to give an overview of the Port of Kobe. The Port of Kobe handles a variety of cargoes, including container and conventional cargoes. Behind the port, many port-related companies are concentrated and support port activities. It is also characterized by the proximity of the city to the port. We are also developing a waterfront area and working to attract cruise ships. Kobe Airport is also located near the Port of Kobe and currently serves only domestic flights, but will start international charter flights in 2025. Let me introduce the Port of Kobe's effort to become a carbon neutral port. The Port of Kobe consists of the waterfront area and 3 artificial islands, Port Island, Rock Island, and Kobe Airport Island. We are working on carbon neutral initiatives in each area. We aim to utilize hydrogen in cargo handling machinery and trucks and to introduce renewable energy sources, such as solar power generation. We also aim to establish a supply network based on hydrogen. Among them, I'd like to introduce our current efforts in hydrogen utilization. shower power supply, blue carbon, and the decarbonization of cargo handling machinery. At the Port of Kobe, the world's first two demonstration projects are being conducted to build a supply chain for hydrogen production, transport, storage, and use. In order for hydrogen to be used as an accessible energy source, low-cost, stable, and safe distribution is required. To achieve this, it is important to manufacture large quantities of hydrogen, transport and store it efficiently, and establish a flow to use it. We succeeded in a model supply chain in which hydrogen transported from Australia was used to provide heat and power to urban areas through 100% hydrogen cogeneration system. This is a carbon neutral port initiative on the Kobe waterfront. We are currently in the process of supplying shore power to ships in conjunction with the redevelopment of the waterfront. One is for training vessels with the aim of starting operation in December this year. The other is for domestic content vessels with the aim for starting operation in spring next year. Next, I'd like to introduce blue carbon, which absorbs CO2 through seaweed photosynthesis. Kobe Airport and parts and area around Port Island have gently inclined sea walls. The rich seagrass beds are formed, including many fish as well as seaweed. In addition, these seaweed beds are evaluated as a place for CO2 absorption, and the credit certification system has been introduced. We are also looking to increase the number of locations where seagrass bed can be formed and considering developing them on the waterfront. We are also installing equipment necessary for their emissions. 2 new RTGs that can be converted to hydrogen fuel cells were installed at the Port of Kobe's container terminal last April. We will continue to work with pioneering private companies. We have 3 specific initiatives in mind for the future. The first is to promote the introduction of renewable energy and energy-saving equipment to port-related companies. Second, we will work together to decarbonize cargo handling machinery and vessels owned by private operators, as well as decarbonize own harbor boats. Third, we are also in the process of joining IEA's ESI program in the near future. These are the Port of Kobe's efforts. However, we recognize that carbon neutral initiatives face many technical and economic challenges. Therefore, the Port of Kobe would also like to learn from the examples and the efforts of advanced ports around the world. Last October in 2022, the Port of Long Beach and Kobe signed a partnership agreement for decarbonization. The 2 ports will work together to contribute to carbon neutrality. We would also like to use our network with the participants of today's symposium to work toward carbon neutrality. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
And Tom, will we be doing questions after each presenter? Okay, great. Yeah, thank you so much for, for the presentation. I did want to just lead out with one question, and then I'll turn it over to my colleagues here. I was curious, your presentation discussed a lot of innovative uses of of seaweed beds as a means of capturing carbon through photosynthesis. Was wondering kind of how that has developed. How long has it taken for the port to actually cultivate these seaweed beds, and has it been a costly process?
About 10 years, yeah. で、どのようにといっても、自然発生的に、藻場が形成されます、シーウッドが
The
形成されます。
seaweeds are generated naturally on the bed of the port.
で、
何年ぐらい
10年間。
So for about 10 years, we noticed the bed of the seaweed and tried to develop it as an energy source.
Interesting. Yeah, thank you so much. I turn it over to my colleagues for any questions.
Mr. Matsuki, the Port of Kobe's decarbonization strategy seems to rely heavily on hydrogen as a clean energy source for the port's own equipment, as well as the port's efforts to build a larger supply chain for hydrogen production, transport, storage, and use. Why has the Port of Kobe emphasized the use of hydrogen energy in its decarbonization strategy? And what are the benefits of hydrogen as a clean energy source compared to other sources?
水素に注目をされていると思うんですけれども、それの理由を教えて。
水素、神戸市に、市内に、本社を持つ、川崎重工業様がですね、水素に取り組んでいたと、水素に注目していたと。それで、そこから神戸港で、水素の、供給拠点を設けれないかというお話がありまして、日本国政府としてもですね、水素を推奨していたということで、我々は、川崎重工業様と一緒になって、取り組んでいるというのが、ところでございます。
First of all, in Kobe, we have the headquarters of the Kawasaki Heavy Industry Company. It is a private sector, and they have been developing or focusing on the hydrogen as an energy source. So, in that coincided with our interest of seeking for the non-carbonated energy and the transition of the port. So that is the main reason why that we focused on the hydrogen sources, and also in the same time the Japanese government are focusing or the pushing towards the non-carbonated energy sources. So those two elements got together, so that really made us to focus on the hydrogen energy.
Thank you.
And do we have time for one last question? Perfect. I just wanted to ask, so last year the Port of Kobe signed a climate agreement with the Port of Long Beach. So just wanted to get a sense, what does the Port of Kobe want to accomplish through its agreement, and can you give us an update of the status of any activities that have happened?
去年結ばれた神戸、それからロングビーチのそのアグリーメントについて今どのような状況なのか、またどういったようなゴールを目指して進んでおられるのか。
ロングビーチ港とはですね、去年 MOU を結びまして、それで、ロングビーチ港の皆様方に、神戸のですね、水素の拠点を、見学いただいて視察いただいたといったところです。で、実は初めて私の方もですね、今回初めて、ロングビーチ港を視察させていただくということで、ちょっとこれ昼からなんですけども、午後からなんですけども、ロングビーチ港で取り組んでおられるトライジェン の、トヨタ様のですね、そういった取り組みをちょっと視察させていただいて、それを参考にしながら神戸も取り込めないかとか、そういったところでのちょっと技術的な交流ということをちょっと考えておるところでございます。
Well, it has only been 1 year since we made an agreement with the Long Beach port, and last year we had an opportunity for the Long Beach people to come and observe our hydrogen bases, and for this time, for the first time, for this year, in the afternoon today, we are going to observe the Toyota's hydrogen bases in the port. So it is very the initial stage of our agreement, but we are going to continue with this exchange and then encourage the hydrogen the technologies, stimulate each other's technologies to advance our activities.
Great. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And at this point, we'd like to hear from the Port of Yokohama. Kamata-san.
Good morning. My name is Tetsuo Ishikawa, and I am the Deputy Director General of the Yokohama Port and Harbor Bureau. I am pleased to have the opportunity to give this presentation today. I will be explaining the Port of Yokohama's carbon neutral port initiatives. Next slide. This slide is an overview of Yokohama and our port, introducing information such as location and population. Since time today is limited, I will move on the next slide. Here is an overview of the Port of Yokohama. The Port of Yokohama has a variety of functions. I will move on to the next slide. Here is some data on our carbon dioxide emissions. The carbon dioxide emissions of the waterfront district of Yokohama account for about 40% of the city's total emissions. The pie chart on the left shows that a big portion of the emissions come from the energy conversion and industrial sectors. In Japan, the first important step toward decarbonization is efforts by energy companies such as power plant and refineries. We believe that as energy companies make progress, the energy transformation of port terminals and the formation of green shipping corridors will speed up. Next, I would like to introduce next slide. Next, I would like to introduce a new initiative regarding emissions from vessels. RightShip, a well-known ship rating company, has developed a system to visualize the emissions from ships in ports by using its vast amount of data. The system is called Maritime Emissions Portal. the port authorities in California may be working with US or local companies to gather similar information. But since there is no company in Japan that provides such a service, we decided to utilize MEP. As we work towards the formation of a green shipping corridor in the future, we believe it is necessary to establish a system that will allow us to objectively compare emissions from vessels. With each port in California, we believe that this system will be very effective in such a situation. Next slide. This slide shows continued routes between Yokohama and North America. We would love to learn about the continued terminal initiatives on the US side described here, as well as the LA-LB and Shanghai Green Shipping Corridor implementation plans announced last month. Next slide. Other than the container routes, these are our collaborative efforts with port authorities in California. The photo on the left was taken when we celebrated the 30th anniversary of our sister port agreement with the Port of Oakland. The photo on the right was taken in March of this year when we signed a memorandum of understanding with the Port of LA to form a green shipping corridor. Next slide. This slide introduces the Port of Yokohama's efforts regarding next generation marine fuels. One of the elements that form the green shipping corridor. The picture on the top left is an LNG bunkering vessel owned by our second-tier subsidiary. The top right is an LNG-fueled cruise ship that recently decided to use the Port of Yokohama as its home port. In bottom row, the picture on the left is an all-electric tugboat, and the center is all-electric tankers. These ships are in service. On the right is an ammonia-fueled tugboat. Discussions are underway with a focus on safety aspects in preparation for next year's launch. Next, I will introduce our electrification efforts. This is a cutting-edge electrification initiative. We signed an MOU with the startup company PowerX. PowerX is developing its business with storage batteries at its core and plans to build the world's first battery tanker. There are plans to use battery tankers to transport offshore with power to the onshore grid. The deep waters and steepness of the seabed in Japan's surrounding waters are expected to make the laying of submarine cables more time-consuming than in other countries. If this battery tanker is successful, it may be possible to supply electricity with the ship-to-ship method in the future. We hope to work with the startup to find new ideas together. This slide introduces the vision. Next slide. This slide introduces the vision for innovation that Yokohama is aiming for in the future. To explain briefly, we will accept hydrogen or hydrogen derivatives in industrial areas where power plants and refineries are located, and aim to use hydrogen not only in industrial areas but also in port terminals and commercial areas. Next slide. This is my last slide. As we developed our port, we are introducing eco-friendly seawalls with a structure that is kind to marine life. We will continue operating our port with careful consideration for the marine environment. That's all for me. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Thank you very much, Director General, for that presentation. It's always exciting to hear the innovation that the Port of Yokohama is leading on. So thank you very much. You signed an agreement with the Port of Los Angeles in March, as you mentioned in your remarks, and recently signed an agreement just yesterday with the Port of Oakland and the Port of Long Beach. But curious, what is the latest development on the agreement that you signed with the Port of Los Angeles in March? Any updates on that agreement that you signed in March with the Port of Los Angeles?
今年3月に MOU を結んだことが実を結びまして、今日のシンポジウム、それからLA 訪問につながりました。ありがとうございます。昨日の昨日のレセプションや、また本日のシンポジウムを通じて、多くの皆様と将来に向けた議論やつながりができているところです。こうしたネットワークを生かしながら、今後取り組みを進めていきたいと思います。
ありがとう。Don't see Executive Director Gene Soroka. I don't know if you had a follow-up question at all before I hand over to my colleagues here. Oh, he's here. Director Soroka, before I go to my colleagues, any comments to add on this agreement that you signed in March with the Port of Yokohama?
Yes, sir. And for the benefit of our visitors from Japan, you have to bring back something other than just political niceties. So I'll say three things. Number one, we're all in. I've lived in port cities around the world nearly my entire life, and there is nothing more that I would like than to represent a port complex between Long Beach and Los Angeles that is completely zero emission. Second, we can't do this alone. While we're a big port complex, we represent 2 weeks worth of North American heavy-duty truck production. And by state law, I'll leave all the details to my good friend Matt Schrapp. By state law, we only purchase these trucks once every 13 years, and the Port Authority does not purchase them. This is the private sector, great companies that service this port. And then lastly, these relationships date back decades. Our sister city and sister port relationship with Nagoya goes back 65 years in 2024. Japan is our second largest trading partner, and these relationships are sacred to us. So as part and parcel, as leadership, as forward-leaning Californians and Japan-based business people, we need to show the rest of the world what we can do and what's possible. But please remember, at its core, for every 4 containers that come through this Port of Los Angeles, we create 1 job. Sal DiConstanzo is here representing the dock workers, our International and Longshore Warehouse Union. For every 4 containers we move, we create a job. That's putting food on the table, that's putting kids through school, that's developing these great relationships with Sone-san and so many others that bring international trade to this table. So we've got to be measured, we've got to be appropriate, and we've got to be thoughtful in how we develop these relationships. The MOUs are not signed just for political purposes. We represented back in March, along with yourself and the Lieutenant Governor. These are meant to be purposeful, to be intentional, to get the attention. Michelle Grubbs, representing the Pacific Merchant Shipping Association, more than 70 companies of terminal and shipping line variety are really going to be the catalysts. What we've seen with regulation in the past is that we have 2 responses. One is that people jump in and they invest, the other is that people fly away. We've gone from 80% market share in 2002 of the West Coast ports to 56% today. California is the 4th or 5th largest economy in the world, but the shipping industry, the supply chain, is not keeping pace with that. We're all in. We believe it's our DNA, but we've got to do this the right way. And that's why we've stepped to front so closely with Japan to give it thought. There was also a question raised just moments ago as to why hydrogen is important and not electricity. Again, in an attempt to be real, electricity is really expensive in Japan. Hydrogen can be a way forward that also keeps the commercial interests involved and not fleeing. This is something else that we have to keep in mind too. So there's a lot of thought here, and I'm not trying to throw cold water on all this, but you guys and ladies who know me know that I'm going to speak the truth and the truth to power. We must do this thoughtfully. We must keep labor with us. We must keep the commercial interests with us. These are the people that bring all this cargo, that create the jobs. And because we have a certain amount of business acumen, because we've lived overseas, we've worked, we've had these deep relationships, we can bring you the facts. So we are thoughtful. But I invite anybody else who wants to speak right now to make sure that we just keep this thing moving, right? We're not against anything. We're going to keep the train going forward, but we have to be smart about this to keep the interest. And I'll close with this one factoid. 30% of the people working in California today work in our sector of transportation.
Oh, wow.
These are people who vote. These are people who put food on the table and kids through school. 30% of working Californians work in the transportation sector that we are all responsible for today. Let's just keep it moving. Let's keep the thoughts out there. We've never had a crossword with anybody. But we got to keep it moving forward so we can be practical and approach this great challenge as leaders that we are the right way. I appreciate the opportunity, Secretary. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Director Soroka, for those comments. We have to maintain that competitive advantage that we've had for so many years. We can't continue to lose that market share, and the relationship with the Port of Yokohama, this Green Shipping Corridor Agreement, I believe will continue to help us maintain that advantage. Thank you again, Director General. Thank you very much. Professor, do we move to the next speaker, or can my colleagues ask questions? How do you, what's next?
I'd like to suggest we move on.
Move to the next speaker? Okay.
To stay on track.
Okay.
I'd like to invite Yokohama-san from the Executive Vice President from the Nagoya.
Good morning. I'm Yuji Kamata from Nagoya Port Authority. It's my great honor to be here and participate in this symposium and work together with this esteemed gathering for port decarbonization and green shipping. Today, I would like to introduce our initiative to decarbonize the port of Nagoya. To begin, let me show you the characteristics of our port. The port of Nagoya is located in the middle of Japan, and we have led Japan with the highest total cargo volume and number of completed car exports for over 20 years. The hinterland of our port is home to world-leading manufacturers in industries including automobiles such as Toyota Motor Corporation, aerospace, and iron and steel. Our port plays an important role as the major gateway to central Japan, supporting vibrant manufacturing and strong consumption in this region. The port of Nagoya The port of Nagoya has a strong relationship with the port of Los Angeles. A regular container liner route connects our two ports twice a week by Ocean Network Express. We also have a long history of personal exchange through a sister port agreement with the port of LA since 1959. Next year is the 65th anniversary for our long-lasting and irreplaceable ties. Mr. Seroka said too. Thank you. In 1920, we signed a MOU in the areas of environmental sustainability and operational efficiency. In June, we renewed the MOU with the addition of cooperation for development of green shipping corridor. Now, let's move on to our potential for port decarbonization and the specific initiative to achieve it. This slide shows the various functions that are effectively allocated within the port district. Industrial activities and logistics require a large amount of energy, and therefore there is a great potential to decarbonize the port by importing, storing, and utilizing next-generation energy. Given these things, we, as a port authority, are responsible for decarbonization, especially in logistics in and around the port. Various initiatives are being implemented in Nabeta Pier. Lighting has been converted to LED, and solar power is being utilized. In addition, we began installing electric remote-controlled RTGs in 2019. Ultimately, there will be a total of 40 RTGs in operation. Based on the hydrogen model at the port of LA, we are planning to hold a trial cargo handling equipment with fuel cells in Tobishima Pier. After this demonstration trial, we aim to introduce FCRTGs in the early 2030s. This slide shows our initiative to decarbonize marine vessels. We exempt LNG-fueled vessels from all port dues and also offer LNG bunkering service. In May, a Nippon Yusen Kaisha LNG-fueled PCTC took part in the first ship-to-ship LNG bunkering. We also joined the Green Award program and the ESY program and provide incentives for vessels certified by these two organizations. Construction work on an onshore power supply facility for dredging vessels is scheduled to complete it in March 2025. We will also consider the introduction of onshore power supply for container vessels and car carriers. Within our port, a 275-hectare man-made island will be available for use in several years. We have started to discuss how these islands will be used with the expectation that will be used as an import, production, and storage base for next generation energy. We established the carbon neutral port creation plan in March. In addition to the initiatives and future plan for decarbonization of port logistics, we are promoting the decarbonization of industries in and around the port in cooperation with port-related public and private entities for the carbon neutrality in 2050. We are making every effort to promote decarbonization of container terminals and marine vessels, and we would like to contribute the development of a green shipping corridor between the state of California and Japan. Thank you for your attention.
Vice President Kamada, thank you very much for that presentation. Again, a lot of innovation from your port. Thank you very much. I'm going to go to my colleagues to ask some questions that they may have first.
Mr. Kamada, your presentation notes say that the Port of Nagoya offers incentives for vessel decarbonization. Will you please explain some of these incentives and how they have been received by ocean carriers directly?
船舶のインセンティブにつきましては、2019年4月より、LNG 燃料および LNG 燃料供給船の入港料の免除を開始しております。昨年度は11回適用しております。そして2023年の4月からは、IAPH の ESI プログラムに参加して、こちらは入港料を減額するインセンティブ制度を実施しているとともに、すでに参加しておりましたグリーンアワードプログラムにつきましては、入港料の減額割合を引き上げておりまして、利用も進んでおります。
Great, thank you.
Vice President Kamata, in June 2023, the Port of Nagoya signed an agreement to collaborate on digitization, sustainability, and the development of a new green shipping corridor with the Port of Los Angeles. What does the Port of Nagoya hope to accomplish through its agreement with the Port of Los Angeles?
ロサンゼルス港と名古屋港で、グリーン海運回廊の整備や水素を燃料とする200機械の運用など、両港の環境面での持続可能性を向上させ、さまざまな協力、情報共有を図ることで、名古屋港としても微力ながらロサンゼルス港の取り組みに貢献していきたいと考えております。で、特に名古屋港といたしましては、ロサンゼルス港からのご助言、特に水素燃料の200機械の実証の成果を踏まえた名古屋港に対する貴重なご助言を期待しているところであります。
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I think that will do it for questions. Again, please give him a round of applause. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we'll be hearing from Mitsuhiko Katayori-san, the Deputy Director General for Technical Affairs, Bureau of Port and Harbor for the Tokyo Metropolitan Government.
Thank you, Tobu-san. Good morning. I am Mitsuhiko Katayori, Bureau of Port and Harbor in Tokyo Metropolitan Government. A warm thank you to the host for this wonderful opportunity to share with you the Port of Tokyo's approach toward decarbonization of our port. In March of this year, we released our carbon neutral port plan, and I'm excited to give you an overview of our approach toward 2050. Our government has a goal to reach net zero emissions in Tokyo by 2050, and a mid-term goal to cut emissions by half before 2030. Meanwhile, stakeholders are becoming conscious as to how their destination ports are addressing environmental concerns. Hence, we have established an action plan that defines the strategies and roadmaps toward the decarbonization of our port. Next. The scope of the plan extends to activities within the entire port of Tokyo, as shown on the map, including A, operations in terminals, B, vessels at berths and vehicles, and C, activities in nearby areas. Next. Current CO2 emissions are as shown. Our target is to reduce 310,000 tons by 2030 and then reach net zero by 2050. Next. In order to reach our goal, we have established 3 main areas of actions. We aim to maximize efficiency of logistics by improving the functionality of our terminals and implementing ICT. We will conserve and make use of cleaner energy sources. By next year, our container terminals will be supplied with green power. We will shift away from fossil and adapt next-generation energy sources, including hydrogen. Let me show you what one of our pilot projects looks like. This is an RTG produced by Mitsui in the Yusen terminals in Tokyo that currently runs with a diesel engine. We plan to replace the engine with an FC unit, and then the RTG can be operated with zero emission. I know a similar project is taking place here in LA, so we look forward to exchanging information on the outcomes or any challenges we may have in common. We are also offering subsidies toward operators purchasing the same type of RTGs that can be retrofitted with FCs. Next. This graphic illustrates the element of carbon neutral port after the initiatives have been put into place. We have developed a roadmap that breaks down what the short, mid, and long-term goals would look like according to the 3 main areas of actions that I mentioned. Next. If you are interested, please download a copy of the full plan using this QR code. Next. Through our history of 80 plus years, we have enjoyed a close and productive relationship with sister ports, including the Port of LA. Moving forward, we aim to build further ties with partners overseas and work closely together toward our common goal of becoming green and sustainable. Next. That sums up my presentation, but there is one more thing. A few years ago, I had the opportunity to work for the 2020 Tokyo Games, which was once in a lifetime experience and a highlight in my career. With 2028 approaching, I hope the game brings great excitement and joy to the people of Los Angeles and the great state of California. So a big thank you once again. ありがとうございました。
Director General Katayori, thank you very much for that presentation and all the work, the good work that's happening at the Port of Tokyo. When we were there in March, we had a very good opportunity to meet with Governor Yorika of Tokyo. She was very kind to us in our time and spent a lot of time talking about this issue. I'm going to go again to my colleagues first, if they have any specific questions for the work that's happening at the Port of Tokyo. Commissioner Monahan?
Thank you, Director General. We are very excited to have the Olympics, and the state of Los Angeles has strong goals around having a zero-emission transportation system to support the Olympics. I'm curious, in March 2023, the Port of Tokyo signed an agreement to develop a new green shipping corridor with the Port of Los Angeles. What does the Port of Tokyo hope to accomplish through this agreement with the Port of Los Angeles?
はい、すいません、日本語で失礼いたします。Sorry。はい、まだ東京港におきまして、脱炭素化の実現とか達成というのは、これからやはりいろいろ考えていけばならない課題だというふうに考えております。で、このシンポジウム等を通じてですね、LA 港内の先進的な事例等をですね、参考にいたしまして、港における脱炭素化ですとか、CO2 削減、同じことですけども、についてですね、知見を得たりですね、いろいろ助言を得られればいいのというふうに考えております。
ありがとう。
Thank you.
Deputy Director Bradley, any questions as well? Or are you good?
No.
You're good?
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. At this point, we're going to move to our California ports. And we have tremendous luck here in California to have the leadership that you're going to be hearing from today. We'll be hearing from the leaders from 4 of our California ports: Los Angeles, Long Beach, Oakland, and Wainimi. And we'll begin with our host this morning, Jean Soroka.
Thanks, Professor. Secretary Mashaki, may I address the audience from the podium up here? Absolutely. Thank you. And I'll keep my staff on their toes. I'm gonna do something a little different. Close your eyes and imagine that the ASICS sneaker factory in Aceh province is making sneakers and running shoes and all the products that they're famous for. And they're running that factory on a hydrogen fuel cell. The truck comes up with 1,000 dozen pair to pick up and bring to the great port of Nagoya in a hydrogen fuel cell Toyota motor manufacturing truck. And it's brought to that great port of Nagoya, and it's moved off of that truck with yard equipment that's operated by humans that brings that container in and puts it on a ship on one of those shoreside cranes. And it's put on the ship to the question of what do these MOUs do for us? It's about building a green shipping corridor, and everybody is trying their level best to get to lower emissions. So it goes on a ship that's powered by e-methanol, or ammonia, or maybe nuclear, or maybe it's another hydrogen derivative, but it's something that's going to cut the emissions. And if we do this every week on that ship that moves from Nagoya to Los Angeles and Long Beach, if we reduce the emissions by 10%, it's equivalent to the entire pollution inventory at the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach in an entire year. And then it gets off that ship at one of the great container terminals like Long Beach Container Terminal. And it's moved in a zero-emission variety powered by electricity from Southern California Edison. And then it goes to the storefront where I go to buy those shoes. Open your eyes. That's what we're here for. It's about the dream of trying to move in a zero-emission corridor. And it's about bringing real people to the test. It's about our friends in Japan coming all the way over here after our trip back in March to say, hey, look, we can probably do this. It's because electricity is so expensive in Japan that maybe hydrogen's a decent alternative. And it's because of the great state of California's investment in those 11 municipal ports that Secretary Omishakin announced back in July. And then he took us on a trade mission to Washington. And we met Secretary Buttigieg, Polly Trottenberg. We met Leo Brannard. We met Mayor Landrieu from New Orleans, my hometown, and said, look, we gotta try. And we need the federal government to step in. Now, while we're doing all this work here in Los Angeles, the state of California, and the great city of Long Beach, and we're doing all this work on Japan's side, federal government of the United States has to step up too. So far, with the infrastructure investment that's been made, the bipartisan law in Washington, Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, California's received 14% of that money. And we control 33, 35% of all the freight, state of California. We got to get more. We know that that money is going to red states, it's going to battleground states. We understand that. We got to get more, right? And that's the message from the Secretary to Washington. And we got to do it with precision. It's about how we're managing this, right? Understand, please, that while the great company Toyota Motor Manufacturing is helping us build hydrogen fuel cell electric trucks, they're really expensive. And for the people that Matt represents, Matt Schrapp, if it's 10, 20 times more expensive, that price for the truck move of the container is going to be 10 or 20 times more than it is in Savannah or Charleston. And if that's the case, business is going to move away. So that's why my comments earlier that we got to keep rallying together. We got to make these products commercially viable, available. You got to have people that can work on these trucks. You got to have folks that understand how we can move from point A to point B in the most efficient supply chain possible. Okay? So again, I see some of my staff here getting a little nervous, but that's okay. We got to be real. We got to understand what's at stake here. And I can beat the drum all day long and say I'm zero emission, but we got to get to the doing. Here's another statistic for you. A kilogram of hydrogen is equivalent to a gallon of diesel as far as energy unit measure. A kilogram of green hydrogen is $25. A gallon of diesel is about $5 here in California. And if I'm talking too fast, slow me down. $25 versus $5. A used truck that one of our drivers purchases is about $50,000 on the market. A brand new hydrogen fuel cell truck is about $700,000. Many of these people who drive these trucks are Generation 1, Generation 0 Americans. They're trying to build families. They're trying to build businesses. We got to help them do that. There are still 9.6 million jobs open in the United States today. 9.6 million jobs open. Unemployment is the lowest it's been since I was 4 years old. We don't have enough people to go around. So all this has to come into play, right? What our job is now, the table's been set, the regulations are there, the DNA is there. We've got to accelerate the technology and make it commercially available. And that's why this relationship with Japan is so important. Two of the biggest economies in the world. We are two of the top three, if you include Tokyo, Los Angeles metropolitan area, including Long Beach. We're two of the top three metropolitan economies in the world. We can move things, but we got to do it in a sophisticated fashion. So we talk about all this stuff. We talk about all the details, our volition, political niceties, and everything else. We can go back and march the march and talk the talk, but we got to have an understanding of the business. We got to have an understanding of what makes it move, what employs 1 in 9 workers in Southern California today. More than 1 million people count on us collectively as these ports to go to work every day. Okay. My presentation is loaded into the record. We'll make sure that everybody has a copy of it. But again, what do we want to get from this MOU? It's about connecting the supply chain. And while we've done a lot of great work over the last 20 years in reducing emissions, 90% of pollution has been reduced here at the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles, thanks to the thought leadership of what happened back in 2006. Mario Cordero was a commissioner at that time, and he faced such a mountain to climb, but he got people together. He brought people, not being divisive, not putting a wedge between people, not talking too much politics. Brought people together. We reduced emissions by 90%. Now, getting after that last 10% is going to be the toughest thing we've ever faced in this industry. And we can't throw a wedge in that. We've got to be thoughtful about the person that drives that truck. We've got to be thoughtful about the commissioner who votes on policy. Make sure that you have the facts to be able to do this the right way. To make sure that public policy makers have the details so they could make good public policy for the benefit of all 40 million Californians and the people we reach around the world. That's what's at stake here. And I know I'm coming across a little bit differently. Right? But what do I have to lose? My job is to share the facts. Make sure we do this the right way, because so many people count on us. Every decision we make affects somebody. And when you have this wide of a reach between great countries like Japan and the United States, we can move those mountains. We got to do it very thoughtfully. So the price of hydrogen is really expensive. The infrastructure is lacking. The ability to get this technology and the people that actually move the cargo is also a far-reaching dream. So while we can set policy, we also have to think about all the other things. And think about this one idea, that with these truck drivers who move 2/3 of our cargo in and out of the port complex here in Long Beach and Los Angeles, they've got to make sure they have confidence with enough energy to move those products. So if you just took a map of California, you put it on this screen and showed where all the diesel stations are that those truckers fill up every day, why not put a charging station in? Put a hydrogen fueling station. State of California has 7,000 gas stations. We call it gas, you guys call it petrol, right? We have 7,000 petrol stations in the state of California. Today, we have 46 hydrogen stations. We have 53 counties in the state of California. Okay? How are we going to get the electricity out there? Right? Again, truck stops, warehouses where that truck comes to rest to unload its cargo, diesel stations. Let's just think practical. Again, we can go rah-rah. We talk about all this green strategy that we have, but let's get down to practicalities from logisticians. Think about how Anthony Otto's got to move this cargo out. He's got the best turn times in the harbor right now. right? How does he move that cargo out to the 2/3? What's Alan McCorkle going to do in his strategy for the next 25 years of a lease agreement that we need to get to zero emissions, right? These are all the things that we think about and that we have to share with policymakers so they're very well informed. We'll never have a crossword. We'll never debate about the spirit of California, the spirit of Japan, but we got to get down to reality with real people who know how to move cargo. And that's why we're here together. That's why we sign MOUs. So I'll put all this into the record. But again, believe me, this comes from the heart. And this is why we got to keep talking. I'm so proud you all came down here today to hold this hearing off the spirit of what we did in Japan back in the springtime. So proud the state leadership did this. Thank you.
Well, Director Soroka, as usual, a lot of passion behind your comments on these issues for us to become cleaner in transportation. I appreciate you driving home the point about if we're going to get to where we want to get to, we're going to have to drive down the cost in comparison to diesel and the equipment, the vehicles themselves. We're going to have to drive down that cost along the way. And your example of getting more hydrogen fueling stations in our existing petrol stations, I think is also important. I'm going to go to my co-chair for this symposium today, our Director General from MLET, to ask an opening question.
Of course.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Soroka. Within the last several months, the Port of Los Angeles has signed a number of agreements with international ports to develop green shipping corridor. So, what do you believe is the biggest challenge to successfully implementing green shipping corridor?
Yeah, that's a great question. What are the biggest challenges to doing this work in the green shipping corridors? And I think we've highlighted it. And I really relish the opportunity to get up here and speak for myself as opposed to others speaking for me. This, to me, in addition to everything I've said here in the two segments, is an invitation to the private sector. Sugiura-san is here from Toyota Tsusho. He's been working day and night to try to get container handling equipment retrofitted and even new models of equipment built for our marine container terminals. Takioku was here earlier, and he was the head engineer at Toyota Motor Manufacturing here in Torrance that helped develop the first hydrogen fuel cell electric Class 8 truck right here in the state of California. Now, Tak is heading up the Hydrogen Forum across the United States, based right here in Los Angeles. So the hurdles are many, but again, if you know me personally, it's about identifying problems, identifying hurdles, and turning them into what we can try to do as far as solutions. I'm not complaining. I'm not making hay about, oh my God, we're never going to get there. You got to be real. Cost is expensive, availability is elusive, and how we get other people to come along with us. We've got ports in the United States holding up signs right now, and Matt Schrapp can attest to this, bring your dirty trucks here. By moving cargo away from Los Angeles and Long Beach, from Oakland, from the great ports in California to go to other ports on the East and Gulf Coast, likely that transit path is longer, likely there are more emissions, and going through supply chain channels that don't have the representative acumen around greening the supply chain that we do. So while Hector Della Torre will tell you we got to look at our citizens that live right here, like me, like Mario, you move the pollution to a different port, you're hurting those citizens. We got to do this on a broader scale, which is why this relationship with Japan is so sacred. So there are many hurdles, but I would turn that into cup half full. And I would say we identify the problems, we bring in smart logistics and supply chain people like we have here today, so we can answer those questions every day. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, Director Soroka, if you don't mind, one more question. I think Commissioner Monahan may have had one possibly off the cuff, or if not, if not.
Hey, I'm open. I got all day. I booked it.
Well, I'm just wondering, from a state perspective, what more can we do to support your port and other ports in California? I mean, we have a broad portfolio of clean energy goals in the state, including offshore wind development. And some of these are going to require massive changes in how ports move goods. And just wondering, from your perspective, what would you say to us as state agencies of what more we can do?
We need a state freight plan. As I mentioned to you in very general terms, take a look at a map where all the guys and ladies go to fuel up their trucks. And let's put a charging station there. Let's put a hydrogen fuel station there. But we can't paint the globe with a green brush in one stroke. We got to look at big key commerce corridors. The ports, it's pretty amazing. The ports are in the headlines every day, and everybody talks to us. We're on the news. We only represent 10% of the highway miles in the state of California. We're a very small percentage, but we have an outsized responsibility, as somebody really famous that we all look up to says all the time, right? Governor Newsom. We've got an outsized responsibility to set the stage. Between Long Beach and Los Angeles, we've collected over $100 million to date in clean truck fees. Now, this was a page out of a playbook in 2006, where we put a $10 fee, $20 per container, $20 fee on every import that comes in, and we put it into a bank. And that bank is meant to give out incentives to truckers who want to move up from diesel to clean trucks. So we've collected, over the last 2 years, $100 million. Here's the scary thing. We've appropriated $2 million because the trucks are too expensive. You can never make that driver whole. Federal excise tax, price of a brand new truck versus what they traditionally buy on the second or third hand market, right? Other associated fees, insurance, which has been elusive too, and we're working with Secretary Ricardo Lara on that right now, who's a good friend of ours. All of this takes thought. So you can put up incentives, you can talk about a lot of money, but if it's not practical, it doesn't work. So we've got to find a way to accelerate the commercialization, find a way to invest in the infrastructure, and you do it in chunks. You don't do it with regulation saying everybody's got to do this effective January 1. And I know I've just crossed a line here. But a third of our cargo from the ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles move out to the Inland Empire across the 10, 60, and 91 freeways, 1/3. If we were able to get after that 1/3 of cargo right away, then maybe we start to get some commercial adoption. We get private sector interested. And what this meeting does today, it is the official invitation to the private sector to join us. These marine terminals, the PMSA, the shipping lines, everybody's working with us. But now it takes real money and real investment to follow the H2 hub, the Infrastructure Investment and Jobs Act, the Inflation Reduction Act, and California Governor Gavin Newsom's more than $700 million that has been invested by the state budget to the ports here, right? So thoughtful, strategic, corridor logic is our vernacular. Let's go after that. Great question. Thank you.
Well, please give him a hand. Again, thank you for your comments, Director Soroka. Always the passion that you bring to these issues. Director Wan from Oakland has actually mentioned the importance of having a sort of a corridor-based plan to help guide our direction on this as well. I think we got a lot of opportunity ahead of us to coordinate that with ARCHES and PFIP, a lot of the good news that's coming into our state. So thank you again.
Thank you.
Professor?
Good morning. Ohayo gozaimasu. And Mr. Secretary, thank you for chairing this discussion in this committee. Let me say that as CEO of the Port of Long Beach, asked my colleague, we spent a lot of time talking about trade, cargo volume, containerization. But I will say that the subject matter that we're talking about today has been a favorite of mine for many, many years, going back to when I was a commissioner at the Port of Long Beach from years 2003 to 2011. So I can represent to you that it's not only a passion of mine, the subject matter and how we better our communities. It's a passion of our commission, and I have Commissioner Sharon Wiseman, another champion of this subject matter. It's a passion of our Mayor, Rex Richardson. And let me make clear, it's a passion of the staff of the Port of Long Beach. These people have worked on this subject going back to the 2005 declaration of the Green Port Policy, where we committed and we promised that we reduce emissions. And Mr. Secretary, you said it no better when you introduced the subject matter as saying it's a moral imperative. Because that's the question before us. And there's been a legitimate question being asked here this morning. What is the purpose of these MOUs? Mr. Secretary, I can say this is the result. One of the results of that signing. The collaborative effort with our friends in Japan. Because this is much bigger than Long Beach. It's much bigger than Los Angeles. It's much bigger than the state of California, who has led on the climate change agenda here in the United States. It's a global commitment. And that's the milestones of an MOU, of a letter of intent. Not just to talk about it, but to sign your name that you're committed to make a difference in this world with regard to international water transportation and port operations. So if I may, I have 10 slides that I would like to present to this audience real quick. And if we go to slide number 2. So the Port of Long Beach, as Gene has referenced, together with the largest containerized gateway in the United States. Not only the largest, but the most significant. Why? This is the gateway to the Trans-Pacific. The gateway that for many years, one of the most important trade routes and trade partners has been in Asia, be it Japan, be it China, be it South Korea, and the Pacific Rim. And hence, the international supply chain is a key crucible for the development of clean technology and sustainability, because this is a subject matter of the day that we need to do together as a global community. We like to say that our concern for sustainable operations is part of our everyday DNA. And we have a resume of results. Those of you who go back and study what the Port of Long Beach and Los Angeles have done for the last decade or more, it's not just greenwashing, it's not just talking about the subject matter, it's about metric of results, which I will comment later on one of the slides I will present to you. If I go now to slide number 3, going back to what's been referenced already, in 2004, the passing and the formalization of the Green Port Policy in 2005. This was our commitment of improving the environment, making sure that we let and we work with our partners and the public and our stakeholders in addressing the environmental concerns. And I will tell you this, when we talked about this in 2005, there was a lot of pushback. A lot of it, there was legitimate concerns about this endeavor that we were about to take. Many people thought that the sky was going to fall in the San Pedro Bay complex in 2005, that we were going to lose our business, sincerely, percentage-wise, losing our cargo. Well, in fact, for those that doubted it then, should not doubt it now. We've had record years of movement of cargo volume. Now, I will say that there is a concern that we have to remain competitive. There's no question about that. But I think both Long Beach and Los Angeles have proven that you could be competitive and grow green. It's not one or the other. It's the leadership that you've exhibited to move both. And that's why I'm so excited to be part of the St. Peter Bay Complex conversation and a conversation with Japan, who has led on sustainable fuel development technology. And that's why I was excited to be in Kobe. That's why I was excited to sign our MOU with Yokohama and our letter of intent of other Japanese ports. Because together we can make a difference in this world. And together we will make a difference in this world. And if I go now to slide number 4, here you see, again, the importance of this dynamic of the world map, so to speak, or Trans-Pacific route in the port complex. And we look forward to continue to work with our Japanese friends and ports. And the Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach is very much like the Port of Yokohama and Tokyo, as you see in this figure here, in this map. Close, but we're very contiguous. As we move now to the next slide, reference the Clean Air Action Plan. As has been referenced, in 2006, these two ports, Los Angeles and Long Beach, came together with the Clean Air Action Plan. And as a result of that plan, you see here the commitment that we made and what we've done. But as a result of that partnership and that plan, if you go back to 2006, these two ports, collaborating with our terminals, some who have been referenced already, and our stakeholders, the trucking industry, our union friends, the IOW dock workers, our elected officials, our regulatory agencies, here's the result of that collaboration. That paper that we signed in 2006, the Clean Air Action Plan, that we committed that we were going to reduce emissions. And the end result is that today, we've reduced 97% in SOx emissions. We've reduced particulate matter by 91%. And we've reduced NOx by 63%. Now, there are those who are not satisfied with that metric or that result today. But I will say that this has been a long-term commitment. There have been many challenges that we have overcome in the last decade to have this result of reduction emissions. So are we perfect? No. Are we going to be perfect? Yes. We have a commitment with the 2017 Clean Air Action Plan to be zero emission. And that will take some years, as you have heard this morning. But again, I want to emphasize that both these ports, Los Angeles and Long Beach, including our friends to the north, Wainimi, Oakland, the California ports have had a full court press to address sustainable development, reduction of emission. And we will continue to do so. As we go to the next slide, we are partnering, as I said, with the Los Angeles, Shanghai, Singapore, and the C4 Cities Organization, and with some of the largest ocean carriers in the world on 2 key green corridor projects. And we are planning to bring reduced or zero life cycle carbon capable ships to these trade routes within just a few years. We need to ensure there is no carbon emissions throughout the life cycle of the fuel, production, storage, transport, and combustion. Our Clean Air Action Plan at this point covers tailpipe and smokestack emissions, not the life cycle. This plan is in the first part designed to address the local criteria of pollutants. But with our Green Corridor partnerships, to which someday we will also, or someday soon, include the great ports of Japan, we have the opportunity to further the needle, move the needle in a global capacity with regard to our thrive, our passion, our resolve, and our political will to make a difference in this world. And I will say that just recently this year in July, I was in London with the IMO meetings with the Met Committee, in which the global community decided to move that needle. Now, they agreed that by 2050, or more specifically, on or about 2050, we will achieve net zero carbonization or decarbonization. Now, you could argue about what does on or about 2050 mean, but great credit to Secretary Kim, who was able to bring everybody together to agree to that commitment. And this is why we're here this morning. We are moving with that commitment. So let me go to the next slide. This is very important because you need money to make this change. And we've been very fortunate in California. Thank you, Mr. Secretary, for leading the charge, along with Governor Newsom, to fund these ports to achieve the results that we aim to achieve. $330 million for the Port of Long Beach currently, of what we currently have received. Now, is that enough money? Of course not. But it certainly is money to reaffirm the fact that the state of California is committed to help the ports as much as they can within the parameters that they're able to move this conversation in terms of how we need to move to zero emission equipment. At the Port of Long Beach today, 19% of our cargo handling equipment at the Port of Long Beach is now zero emissions. We have done this with financial backing, as I said, from the state and federal agencies, utilities, as well as the support and participation of our terminal operators, the IOW longshoremen, trucking companies, and others. And in July, as has previously been referenced, the California State Transportation Agency announced a $383 million port and freight infrastructure program grant for the Port of Long Beach zero emission and rail infrastructure projects. Nearly $225 million of that is for zero emission equipment efforts, and will bring, as I said, our total funding now to $331 million. This will add to our demonstration projects with zero emission locomotives, electric forklifts, and update our shore power capability, particularly for liquid bulk vessels. And we're working with one of our terminals, SSA, to develop and demonstrate hydrogen fuel cell top handlers and fueling infrastructure at our Pier C terminal. And today you will hear from our representatives of Long Beach container terminals with regard to the green shipping objectives that they have laid out. Now, slide number 8. Very exciting news. The San Pedro Bay Port's effort to help a robust green hydrogen market in California, and let me say that again for anybody that questions hydrogen and what the ultimate goal is. I said green hydrogen. That is the goal. It will take some time, but I'm very excited about the steps that we're taking to get there. The ports of Long Beach and Los Angeles would together comprise the nation's largest port complex. Will receive a portion of the state grant funds to advance the use of hydrogen fuel and goods movement. As has been referenced already, the state of California was the beneficiary of $1.2 billion from the federal government as part of the Hydrogen Hub roadmap. And that roadmap brings us to an era of hydrogen. That roadmap now provides a seed for not only the will to make a difference, but the capability to make a difference. And at the end of the day, it's going to take funding, because it's a costly endeavor. Last year, the Port of Long Beach joined ARCHES, which stands for the Alliance of Renewable Clean Energy Hydrogen Energy Systems, which is administered by the California Energy Grant Application for a Green Hydrogen Hub under the U.S. Department of Energy's Regional Clean Hydrogen Hubs program. And as I've mentioned, we were recently, just last week, received the news of that allocation being $1.2 billion. We are thankful for the Biden administration. We are thankful for the leadership of California Governor Newsom, who made a great closing speech to the DOE, Department of Energy. When we were there, I was part of the ARCHES Coalition being interviewed by the DOE. And I will say that in baseball terms, Governor Newsom hit a home run to conclude the argument as to why California should receive $1.2 billion. And frankly, me being on the committee that is on the ARCHES Coalition, I was surprised we got the 1.2 billion, only because there was a lot of people throughout the country who are advocating for these funds. So again, the future for the state of California is bright with regard to what we are able to do. And again, with our friends and our partnership with Japan. Now let's move over to second to the last slide, slide number 9. This is the most ambitious endeavor that we announced here at the Port of Long Beach Pier Wind. Our aim is to contribute and be a collaborator for the goal of California to have 25 gigawatts of green wind power by 2045. The proposed offshore wind staging integration facility known as Pier Wind would allow us for the assembly of floating offshore wind turbines. The fully completed generators and accompanying floating foundations would be towed by sea from the Port of Long Beach to wind lease areas in Central and Northern California. And this project would help and further California's resolve to meet the climate goals while creating jobs and economic opportunities for communities near the San Pedro Bay ports. This is a proposed 400-acre site, which will probably be, will be the largest the largest wind power floating technology terminal in the United States. So again, that's our latest announcement of what we're moving forward with the governor's vision of 100% renewable energy that California is striving for. Slide number 10. Just to give you the magnitude of these floating turbines, the floating platform technology. That one platform will fit in Dodger Stadium, as you will see. And rumor has it, this will be the new home of Shohei Ohtani. I mean, that's just a rumor. And as a Dodger fan, I've been very pleased, especially after this debacle we had here this year. So with that, again, as I move to the last portion, the Q&A, I want to thank not only your leadership, Mr. Secretary, and the committee, and the governor's office, and the regulatory agencies, and our friends in Japan, because we have made a difference in the last decade, and we will make the difference in the coming decade in getting to zero emission. So with that, thank you so much for your attention and the opportunity here, Mr. Secretary, and I'm willing to answer any questions that the committee may have.
Director Soroka, thank you as well for your leadership on this front, the passion and the understanding that you bring to all these issues. I'm glad you didn't start a fight in here between Angels and Dodgers fans and baseball fans throughout the room. But your presentation reminds us again of how important policy is for us being able to get there. Your 2005 and your 2017 commitments, they made a tremendous difference in the goals that you, in the outcomes that you identified in those reductions. And you've been at it from your time as a commissioner to now as an executive director and CEO. So thank you for helping to get those policies in place. I will go again to my co-chair, Director General from MLET, for any questions that he may have before I go to our state colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Correro. I have a question from a port operational perspective. What are the benefits and drawbacks of hydrogen technology versus other zero-emission technologies?
Well, I think, number one, we have to understand that there's going to be a number of options to get to zero emission. There's not one fuel or one technology that we're going to rely on to get to zero emission, nor should we. But the exciting benefits of hydrogen is that we are not reinventing the wheel here with regard to hydrogen. I think the benefits of that, as already has been mentioned, clearly the state of California, and for that matter, every state in the United States, the grid is a challenge. There's a lot to be done to reinvest in the grid. And in my view, the grid today and the grid for the next decade or so, as if we stay status quo, is not going to get us to zero emission, particularly when you talk about the cost factor. So the benefit of hydrogen is as we move forward, that accelerates the potential of 100% renewable hydrogen. And this is why the Port of Long Beach moved forward with the wind power element of our portfolio at the Port of Long Beach. Because to get that 100% renewable energy, renewable energy will be a factor with regard to ultimately green hydrogen. And that's the opportunity that hydrogen now brings us to raise not only the aspect of the benefits of hydrogen, but what's to come with hydrogen, green hydrogen. And I think it's a great opportunity for us to move on that. And as you are aware, there's other parts of the world that are also working on this issue. So the future is bright for us with regard to hydrogen.
Thank you, Director Cordero. To my colleagues, any questions, or Professor, we're at time? We're at time.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm going to suggest we take a short 5-minute break.
Okay.
People can stand. And then we'll get back to it with the two remaining portions and then the rest of the program.
Please let's thank Director Cordero again.
Thank you.
Okay, if I can ask people to begin making their way back to your seats. My apologies. I know people want to connect and view the displays, but we do want to make sure we get everybody who's going to the boat tour there on time. So my goal is to now take us through to the end of the session without an additional break, and perhaps a word of warning to those of you on the dais that we're going to try to keep the closing comments as brief as possible, just to make sure that we can get the people to the boat on time. All right, so at this point, I'd like to invite Danny Wan, the Executive Director of the Port of Oakland, to the podium. And we've set a new precedent, so that we're going to be doing the presentations from here.
Good morning, and thank you for inviting me. And Mr. Masahiro, thank you very much for the ministry. And also, Mr. Ishikawa, thank you for the Port of Yokohama for yesterday having the signing of a MOU between the Port of Oakland and the Port of Yokohama, and also the Consul General for the Japan. Thank you very much for arranging that. It is a very significant fact that we are now signing up all of the California ports into the Green Corridor with Japan, one of our leading trading partners for both the Port of Oakland and California. And I just want to give everybody a brief overview of the Port of Oakland. We are somewhat unique in California in that we run both the seaport in Northern California as well as the airport at the city of Oakland. So we do aviation and maritime. The seaport is the third busiest maritime gateway in the West Coast of the United States, and we are a key shipping link in the U.S.-Asia West Coast trade. And we are fairly unique as well in the United States ports in the West Coast, in that we're 50% import and 50% export. In that, it is a very important port for many of our exports in California agriculture, in the wine country in the Central Valley, and we take pride in that we export many of our agricultural California fruits, nuts, and wine to Japan and to the rest of Asia. Also, Oakland is located in proximity to the Silicon Valley, and we are one of the top export and import ports for those technology companies as well. We're the most important trading partners with top dollar value and container volume, such as batteries, manufacturing equipment, and exports, and products like citrus, proteins, nuts, and grown raised in California. So we are proud to be both taking the products from Asia and exporting California and American products to Japan. So thank you to the nation of Japan. The Port of Oakland, want to take the answer to the questions that are posed to us today. The first question being, what is our approach in Oakland to decarbonization? If you go to the next slide. I will answer this question the following way. Our approach to decarbonization is everything, everywhere, and all at once. And for those of you who are into American movies, you know what I'm saying. If you take a look at this map, and that illustrates our approach. Right now, we have both using hydrogen. We are proud that we are going to be locating one of the largest hydrogen fueling station near the Port of Oakland, as well as we're just in the Hydrogen Hub grant. We are also going to establish yet another hydrogen fueling station at the Port of Oakland. So that is certainly our hydrogen approach. One of our terminals is committed to switching their equipment all to hydrogen equipment. So we have hydrogen. Also, one of the approaches we're doing is we are rebuilding our electrical infrastructure. Another thing unique about the Port of Oakland is that we own our own electrical utility. So we actually buy power and we sell power to our tenants. That is an advantage for the Port of Oakland. But some of our electrical infrastructure at the port is as old as World War II, for those of you who remember that 10. So we are now trying to really upgrade electrical infrastructure in order to make sure that we handle the load that is coming, that we're going to need for the peak periods in the Port of Oakland. Another approach, of course, is as we look at solar, rooftop solar, and batteries. That is what's called a microgrid. We realize that hydrogen is one way. We realize that electricity is another way that relies both on a grid that we need to bring into the port, but we also need to generate power at our site and also store that power for the peak period. If you look at a chart of the port's electrical consumption, it is not flat the whole day. And all the ports know this, that when a ship visits, your load goes up. And then when the night comes and the cargo is not here, the load goes down. So to try to plan for that kind of electrical energy use in the port, we're going to have to plan for the peak period. And battery and storage, of course, is going to be key to that operation. So that is our approach. Hydrogen, electrical systems, upgrading our substations and infrastructure. Also, of course, we are doing shore power. We are very proud in California ports that we have been far advanced in shore powering our ships. As a speaker mentioned before, we're about 85% compliant in terms of ships coming in. But one of the problems we have with shore power is that you have shore power stations spaced out, and then the ships get bigger. And now you have to plan, oh my God, the plugs are put in the wrong place. So right now we're looking at using mobile shore power. So instead of fixed shore power on the shores, we have basically an extension cord you can pull to make sure that we fit the strip size that comes into the Port of Oakland. And of course, we have truck chargers. And we are going to be installing truck charging. So that is the approach. Everywhere, everything, all at once. That brings the question of, well, what can we do? What are some of the challenges? And what are some of the policy approach implications of this kind of approach? Here are the challenges. And I'm sure all the ports who are sitting here understand this challenge. That these technologies are some of them are in development and research. And frankly, to tell you the truth, as Gene Soroka says, here's truth. We are investing a lot of technology that one day may not work. And we are investing some other technology that will work. What we need today, from both in terms of practice and in terms of policy, is that we need to remain flexible. We cannot be dictating what kind of technology we use today, and we cannot be prescribing certain standards today. Why? Because we don't know enough yet. We need to have an approach where, as I said, everything, everywhere, all at once. And we do need to have the funding to support that, understanding that some of that funding may have gone to technology that ultimately did not work. And I'm sure our colleagues understand what I'm saying, is that we need the government support and the funding support and our private partners to be experimental, to be innovative, and to help us understand what the best technology ultimately will be. Now, will we get to a place one time that we are going to agree on technology? Now, there's some younger people here and there's some older folks here. And when I say this to young people, they don't understand what I'm saying. I don't know if even Trey understands what I'm saying. You met Beta and VHS, remember? Yes. Well, some of you are laughing, some of you don't. So someday we're going to figure out what is the beta for our technology in the shipping industry. And at that time, yes, we do need a standard that we're going to set so that people, we can know what standard, what kind of equipment we'll need. We're not there yet. The other, of course, one of the questions posed to me is what can the federal and state governments do to help with us? I think I'll repeat General Soroka, and as the president of the California Association of Port Authorities, I'll be beaten if I don't say this, is that we ultimately need California to adopt a freight policy for the state and to incorporate what that means in terms of green energy technology. As we heard from many of our friends in Japan, that your state, your national government, is very much helping and also dictating some of the freights, how your freight's going to move between your ports and between your transportation. I think that is something that the folks sitting up here with our state is very much helping us do, and ultimately California will have to develop a uniform freight policy that incorporates ultimately the technology we're going to adopt. So that is really some of the answers to the questions. I'll also now skip to the last question, which is what do we hope to accomplish with the Green Corridor? Again, I really much appreciate the Port of Yokohama and the ministry for signing that Yokohama port. We're looking forward to talking to ports of Tokyo, Kobe, and Nagoya, also about establishing the Port of Oakland into that framework. As I like to say, you know, Oakland is about, if you fly airplanes, about an hour north of here. And many of the ships from Japan and from Asia goes to Los Angeles or Long Beach, and it goes up to Oakland to pick up our 50% of exports and go back to Japan or Asia. So we would like to form a triangle in terms of the Green Port Corridor. I like to call it the Green Triangle between the ports of California and Japan. And so ultimately, that is our goal. And why do we want these corridor agreements? Very simple. We want to trade best practices at the port complexes. We want to share data. Many of the Japanese colleagues from your presentation emphasized we need data. How much emission are we reducing? What are the ship cargo needs between the ports? How is your hydrogen working? And so we need to share data, share technology, and ultimately, in the end, we need to harmonize these standards, not just between ports in California, but internationally. We know that we have the IMO goals, and we need to harmonize our goals as a state in Japan with those standards. And we do see, at the end of the day, one standard for all of the ports and for all the shipping industry, and that will ultimately be how it works. And that is why we are here to talk about Green Corridor and the importance of harmonizing these standards once we develop this technology. So thank you very much for listening to me, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Well, thank you, Director Ron. Really appreciate the presentation and your comments regarding, the need for a freight, policy. We take that, very seriously, take that to heart. And, there's been a lot of work, happening in that space. But I think convenings like this where we can get our partners with the Energy Commission, GoBiz, and their resources board together to kind of hear the same message. Because at the end of the day, in terms of our freight policy, it does span well beyond transportation. So really appreciate that comment. I would like to turn it over to my co-chair. Any questions, Director General Inada?
Thank you, Mr. Wang. You are the president of the California Association of Port Authorities. So have California's ports been taking a collaborate strategic approach to agreements to support and reinforce each other? And what is the best role for the state in supporting your efforts?
Yes, thank you for that question. Yes, we have a very robust association of all the 11 ports public ports in California, and we talk every month. I'm very proud of that. We have the colleagues here that does this. And in fact, as president of that association, I would like to say our members will take some credit in terms of bringing to forth the importance of freight and cargo, especially with the COVID experience, to bring it to the forefront of policymaking and greening of our ports. And I'd like to think that some of that had to do with the $1.3 billion investment by the governor and by the state and by the agencies into the ports. So funding was one of our biggest objectives. And again, the California Association Ports really urged that we have a statewide policy in terms of freight once these technologies are understood and developed, and we choose the beta. And then we have a state policy that will comply and harmonize with the Japanese policies. I'm sure the Japanese, your ministry, is doing the same thing with your ports to try to figure out what is the standard that you're going to live by as a country. And we want to have a standard in California as well. So I think that California Ports Association is playing that very important role. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, everyone. So I think I'm the caboose here at the end of the train of the port discussion. My name is Kristen Dekas, and I'm the CEO and Port Director for the Port of Wanimi. And I just want to thank you for the privilege to be here with you all today. I know you've traveled long and far, and I really appreciate your stamina being here and listening to all of us. I know it's draining, and I guess I'll kick off with a question to all of you to kind of help keep us energized here. And it's a simple one, because I know you're tired. But how many in the room are familiar from Japan with the Port of Wanimi? Okay, we got one. And that's what I thought. So my presentation is going to be a little bit more of an introduction. And just a little introduction on the Port of Wanimi. I often call the three bigger brother ports, my big brothers, Mario, Jean, and Danny. We're about an hour north of the Port of LA and Long Beach, and we actually are the 4th largest container port in the state of California. We're the 16th largest container port in the country and the 6th largest auto port in the country. These are primarily the commodities that come through us. Most of our containerized business is with Latin America, and our automotive cargo and high and heavy cargo is with is around the world, and much of that is actually with Japan. You're our 4th largest customer at the Port of Wanimi, and year to date we've moved about $1 billion worth of cargo between our two nations. We move Subarus from Kawasaki and Yokohama and hit Shinaka. We bring Mitsubishis in from Nagoya and Mitsushima. And Sunkist exports go to Tokyo, Osaka, and also Yokohama. So those are some of the key trading partners that we have. I just had the privilege of meeting with the executive officer, Mashiro Max, right, Takashaki. And NYK Lines happens to be our #1 customer at the port for our ro-ro business, and we are their busiest seaport in North America. So it's an honor to meet with you today and spend more time with you. I'm looking forward to the boat ride. I'd like to add that our Board of Harbor Commissioners is also very committed to the decarbonization of ports. And my Commissioner Jason Hodge, who also is married to our treasurer here in our state, Fiona Ma, recently went to Japan with the California Foundation for the Economy and Environment, which includes state legislators and industry leaders. He visited with manufacturing facilities for hydrogen trains, hydrogen cars for Honda, and also was able to visit with the seed distribution facility in Osaka. So before we leave today, I'm excited to have you all say Wanimi out loud, and I look forward to a visit to Japan in April with a trade mission from our port to get you know better and celebrate the great trade that we do, and also continue this robust discussion around decarbonization. So the Port of Wanimi has actually grown quite a bit exponentially over the last decade. Our cargo is up 80% and our revenue is up 133%. A short 10 years ago, we didn't handle a single container, and now we're doing approximately 260,000 TEUs on an annual basis. Interesting fact, in light of the discussion we're having today, 23% of the automotive cargo coming through the Port of Wanimi is indeed electric. So that's quite a significant figure when you're looking what's happening nationwide with a 5% volume with EVs. So we really are in the forefront of the supply chain when it comes to electrification of vehicles. And it makes sense being a port here in California with a mandate to go all EV by 2035. We have a joint use terminal with Navy-based Ventura County, and I mention this because it's relevant. We bring in a lot of Japanese military cargo twice a year to do joint military exercise with Japan. So that's another area that we celebrate partnership with our friends from Japan. I'll skip these two slides. I'll have you come out and I'll give you that update on how the business model of Port Wanimi. But I will mention when we do well, and this is important for all of us, our communities do well when it comes to job creation. We see about 144% increase in jobs because of that growth I mentioned of 80%. And that gives folks access to health care and good paying, family sustaining wages. So when ports prosper from an economic development standpoint, our communities do as well. The pathway to decarbonization. Well, to date, the Port of Wanimi has invested $60 million in zero-emission technology, from hydroelectric cranes from our stevedore companies to shoreside power system to plug in our containers. We have electric storage. We have batteries on port to store electricity to help to power our vessels. Instead of pulling the grid at peak hours, we use that electricity from our batteries off peak hours. So lots going on that we've done. And it's a lot of planning that goes into this, as you well know. We started in 2012 with a environmental management framework, and this set criteria around sea level rise, marine resources, air quality, energy, soils and sediment, and water quality. And then we tied that into key performance indicators to set bars and benchmarks for ourselves to perform. And we used a company called Green Marine to grade us. And every year, a third-party auditor comes in, and we have to improve year over year in order to get certified by Green Marine. And we were the first port in California to get the certification. So that's a real way to measure. And then we are thrilled to have a partnership here with the state and CEC, and we got a $200,000 grant to build our blueprint to decarbonization, which we're rolling out literally as we speak. So we're thrilled to have that come out. And to back up all that planning, we now have an $80 million grant from the state and other funding sources through ARB and earmarks. So to date, we now have $105 million going into our terminal to continue and transform our economy to zero emissions. So we're really excited about having that funding behind the planning. And to date, as part of this blueprint, for handling equipment and for zero-emission berth plugins, we're looking at 2030 as our date to get to ZE. Just a quick note, there's another program that's sponsored by NOAA and the California Marine Sanctuary Foundation to have ships slow down when they're in shipping channels near the port. And they reduce emissions by slowing down, and they prevent whale strikes, and we recently got an award for that. So that's just another area where we can reduce emissions by slowing down our vessel speeds. On site, we have various electrical equipment now, UTRs, forklifts, and in partnership with the Port of LA, we had an ARB ZANZEF grant, and we have the circulation of a hydrogen fuel truck to help those local distributions in domestic markets. Our customers are also really standing up. Yara is actually a fertilizer company that calls on the port, and they're producing ammonia to help power and be a bunker fuel for ships. Wilensum Lines, one of the largest ocean carriers, has a concept that they're going to pilot the first wind-powered vessel, and then Maersk is now launching green methanol hybrid-powered ships. So a lot of things going on, and the NYK ships that are calling in the port are actually LNG hybrid ships too. So that's cleaner fuels coming in there. I think my colleague Danny Wan mentioned this, but IMO, there's some question marks out there about standardization. when we were going to build shoreside power at the get-go, we almost built a system unique to Wanimi. And I'm glad we took a step back and met with our partners in LA. Vahik is here, and he helped guide us into waiting for the IMO to roll out a standard, a universal standard. So we built the right thing, and we want to make sure we do that again with the ro-ro ships, because they're still determining what the outlet's going to look like for a ro-ro ship. So we may have the funding, but we don't quite know what to build yet. So those conversations are important, and they'll be important around fuel too, so we don't have to build thousands of different types of bunker stations. How is this going to work? We're going to have to really collaborate through the partnerships like this with Japan. And when we do this, and as Mario and Jean and Danny all said, we do it right, great things can happen for our local communities. We clean our air, and we create jobs in the pipeline. So I hope I got us on time here, and it's really, again, a privilege and pleasure to be here with all of you, and I'm excited to meet you and build a connection with Port of Wanimi and invite you out to our facility. Thank you.
Well, thank you, Director Dekas. Lots of great work happening under your leadership over there at the Port of Wanimi, one of our small but mighty ports. With that, I'd like to turn it over to my co-chair. Any questions? Oh. Any questions from the guys?
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I've been asked to make sure that the 8 port directors, before everybody leaves after the close of the symposium, to meet here for a picture. Will that work for you? All right, very good. Try to oblige. So moving on, we want to go directly from the ports to some of the key supply chain partners. And so I'd like to invite up next Masahiro Takahashi-san, Executive Officer with NYK.
Thank you very much for the introduction. I'm Max Takahashi from NYK Airlines, and I'm now in charge for all the environmental related matters in NYK Group, and also for seafaring and ship management, for the safety, and for the technology to develop this greener ships and so on. And this is my great honor to be here, as I used to live in Los Angeles for 5 years, from 1997 to 2001, and raised my family here. So my wife had jealous only me to come here, so that I have to commit that I will bring her to Los Angeles for a week in the next year's Golden Week, so-called. So before going to my slide, I just want to explain a little bit about myself. That about half of my career in the company is in the Linus business, mostly in the Linus sales. And so that time I was in Los Angeles. Then the rest of the life is about environmental things and so on. And so that I was involved for the environmental discussion with our government, and also for the proposal to IMO back in 2002. So that is almost 20 years. Then recently, I have been attending the MEPC, Marine Environmental and Pollution Committee of IMO, as a member of the Japanese delegation since MEPC 70. So that last time was 80. So that I attended the 11th consecutive meeting, including the intersessional working group in between. So that I witnessed all the discussion in IMO to agree, finally to agree the net zero by 2050. Then this year, we have 2 MEPCs, and we really need to go into the discussion of the concrete measures to materialize the decarbonization by 2050. We just agreed about the target, but we haven't discussed how to achieve it, so that it is still a long way to go. So, now I move to my presentation. So today I want to explain that our company's decarbonization strategy toward net zero by 2050, which we have already announced, and also about the green corridor and fee-based system, which is proposed to government of Japan to IMO as a base document of the concrete measures. So next slide, please. One more. So this is the currently announced our decarbonization plans towards 2050. So as to use the 2020 year's emission as a base year, we are now targeting to reduce the carbon dioxide or GHG by 30% by 2030. Mostly by the improvement of the operational efficiency, and then we are also building lots of LNG-powered vessels as a transition fuel. LNG is, of course, not zero-emission vessels, but can reduce GHG by 20–25%. So that we are selling that kind of ships to the vehicle manufacturers. Then now that we are selling to the electricity companies to carry steaming coal. Then after the 2030, the fuel conversion will start. Real fuel conversion will start because at this moment that biodiesel is the only decarbonized fuel, but the volume is quite limited. And so that not able to burn 100% biofuel in a conventional engine. That currently that the fuel so-called is 25% mixed is a maximum. Then we're going to increase trying to increase the mixture, but that the supply is limited and the stability is still in a big question. So that for the rapid decrease of the decarbonization, we are thinking that ammonia would be the best solution, which will start from the 2030s. Next slide, please. So this is our strategy that we want to invest aggressively for the environmental thing, the proactive upfront investment. That is our promise to our investors. We want to be the leader in the industry, so that we want to develop the new technology together with the other companies, because that we are a shipping company, not a shipbuilding company, not the engine manufacturer, not the energy manufacturer. So that we have to have a group of people who wants to work with us. Then we have prepared a huge amount of investment toward to the 2030 that we are expected to invest 450 billion Japanese yen in the next 7 years or so. So that most of the money goes into the hardware conversions, that is investments to the ship, but also that the investments to the technology for the improvement of the operational efficiencies and the fuel saving, and so on. Next slide, please. This is the energy transition path as we believe. So ammonia, green ammonia, is a real zero-emission fuel, but technology is not matured yet. I'm gonna explain you later, but we are to build the first commercial-sized ammonia fuel vessels by Japanese consortium, subsidized by the Japanese government, which we expected to receive the delivery from the shipyard in the fiscal year 2026. Then using the vessels to get experience, and we are to prepare to submit technical standards and safety standards to IMO, where all the shipyards can start to take the order for the ammonia fuel ships. And, but we cannot wait until the ammonia is really ready so that we are now building the LNG power ship. But and some LPG power vessels for LPG carriers, it's stupid to use LNG as a marine fuel for the LPG carrier, so that for the LPG carrier, we burn LPG, but mostly we use LNG as a choice. And because why we think that investing to LNG powered vessel is not the waste in the future is that if the synthetic gas will be available in the future, the LNG vessel can be zero emission fuel without any conversion. And the supply chain of the LNG fuel can be turned to the synthetic liquefied gas supply chain. So then of course, that the oil fuel vessels will be decreasing, that we are seriously thinking about the investment to that kind of vessels. But for some vessels, the smaller size vessels, which is very difficult for the time being, as of course that we are still building some oil fuel vessels. But we are not thinking that methanol fuel vessels could be the solution. Some companies, some shipping companies investing for the dual fuel methanol vessels, but just to burn the ordinary methanol, that life cycle emission of the GHG is worse than the heavy fuel oil. That have to be a bio methanol, or that the e-methanol or so on. But methanol needs carbon. You know, to synthetically make the methanol, you have to have a carbon-free carbon, which is very ironic, right? So that directly capturing the carbon from the air, that composition of the carbon dioxide in the air is just about 0.01%. Using the green electricity to collect that carbon, how much electricity is needed, or that carbon capturing from the funnel of the ships or the funnel of the steaming coal power plant, they want to collect and dump under the CCS, not as a material for the fuel. So that I don't think that the methanol could be the realistic solution. So that we are betting our money to ammonia. Next slide, please. So one more. This slide is about the fee-based systems proposed by the government of Japan. So by two meetings, MEPC 81 and 82. 81 is scheduled in March this year, and 82 in autumn. We have to start serious discussion about the concrete plan, how to push shipping companies towards their emission vessels. So EU is submitting the kind of the copy of the EU regulation, EU fuel standard to GHG fuel standards to IMO, that reducing the carbon intensity every year gradually towards zero and so on. But that it doesn't be the strong message to the shipping companies to make completely new vessels like ammonia, so that Japanese government is proposing that to charge the fossil fuel vessels some fee for the amount of the GHG emitted, then collect the money, then to subsidize to the ships using the carbon-free fuels like ammonia or e-methanol or so on, so that the competitiveness between the carbon-free ship and the existing ordinary ship can be we can narrow the gap, or maybe we can give some incentives to the new investment That is the basic idea for the fee-based system. So as a shipping company, not just narrowing down the gap of the fuel price, if we can get some incentives for some money for narrow the gap of the construction cost of the ships, because that the ammonia fuel ship is more expensive to construct, that's fine, that's great to us, but it is subject to the IMO discussion. But basically, this idea will narrow the gap, and so that the start small, as the number of the zero-emission vessels are few at the beginning, then so that the charging amount to the existing vessels are small, but gradually number of the zero-emission vessels increasing, the number of the dirty vessels are decreasing, so that the amounts to be charged is increasing, so that one day that nobody wants to invest to the, the oil-based vessels. That is the concept towards 2050. So next slide, please. One more. This is our strategy to promote hydrogen, and this is one project that we have already done back in 2020. That as to carrying hydrogen is not easy. The liquefied hydrogen have to be maintained at minus 253 C. It's so super raw. And so the ship is expensive, and also that it's difficult to keep the volume, because they always have boil-off gas, and so that it's difficult. Then, as the substitute idea that we had a consortium that carrying the methane. MCH. MCH is chemicals made by the hydrogen and toluene. Yes. Then it is easy to split. Then that train back to the origin. Then again to make MCH and so on and so on. That project was very successful. Next slide, please. Yeah, that is the scheme of the MCH, carrying hydrogen by MCH. That project was conducted by a consortium of the 4 companies, Mitsubishi Corporation and Mitsui and Company and the Chiyoda Corporation and NYK. Yes. So next slide, please. This is what we are really doing right now, that we are to build the first ammonia-fueled vessels in the commercial sites. We made a consortium by Ford, and of course there are so many others, but the major members are Ford, NYK, and Nippon Shipyard, and J Engine, it's engine manufacturers of the Mitsubishi Group, and IHI, it's also the engine manufacturers and the classification. And we are to start small. Then this year, we will start the conversion of the LNG-powered tugboat to ammonia-fueled tugboat. Then to have some experience. Then later, we are to start designing and building of the ammonia-fueled ammonia gas carriers, which is expected to be delivered in 2026. Why we choose the ammonia carrier is because there is no ammonia fuel supply network in the world. So that is a simple solution. Carrying ammonia, then to steal some cargo to burn the engine, to run the engines. So to confirm the technicality issue that it could be gray or blue or green, no need to wait for the availability of the green ammonia to test. So that is the Japanese government's strong intention and our wish to make it happen. So next slide, please. So we want to be very much involved in the supply chain, all the value chain of the ammonia or hydrogen. So now we are the partner of the small project, so-called Tsubame BHP, which is trying to develop the efficient production of the green hydrogen. Then, as I explained, that supported by the Japanese government, we are building the ammonia-fueled ammonia gas carrier, of course. But that technology is not just for the ammonia carriers in the future. And for some countries, they're not able to have to build a storage facility on the shore side. So for that kind of the port, or we are planning to make floating storage and regasification facility. And tugboat already explained. Then that gradually I hope that the ammonia fueling supply chain is expanding. Then that we're going to start building, expanding to the more variety of the ships. Probably starting from the vehicle carriers, I hope, because that vehicle automobile manufacturers care a lot about the green thing, more than any other industry. So to supply both, of course, ammonia bunkering vessels. We have a LNG bunkering business in Europe and in Japan, but if we want to be involved for the bunkering business in the world. So next slide, please. Next is about green corridor things. That the green corridor concept was announced and agreed at the COP26 in Glasgow as a Cyberbank declaration. We are the only one Japanese shipping company signed at Glasgow. Then, since then, that we are strongly working as a member of the various coalition, like Getting to Zero Coalition, or Global Maritime Forum, or so on and so on. Actually, this time that I came from Aden, I attended the Global Maritime Forum's annual summit and meeting of the Getting to Zero Coalition, and took the flight on the Thursday night, and arriving to the Los Angeles this morning. So that about the practical thing that there are a lot of challenges. There are so many agreements between the port, but the involvement of the shipping company is not easy. So that from that the sense that as a member of the Environmental and the Climate Committee of the World Shipping Council, which is the association of the vehicle carrier and container vessels carrier, like Maersk Line, MSC, and CMCGM, that I'm one of them. Then that we are, we can share what we think that how to promote. But that because the time is limited, so that we want to go to the next slide.
Excuse me, Mr. Takahashi-san, if it's possible to wrap up this section, my apologies, but we're trying. I just want to try to finish. Thank you.
Yes, so that this slide can be skipped. Yeah. And last slide is because this is about the ports. So I want to show you one of our ports operating in Zeebrugge, Belgium. We have Europe's largest vehicle carrier terminal in Zeebrugge, where we have 11 wind turbines and some solar panels. Then that, that now as Port of Wainame, they explained that more and more electrical vehicle is importing. Then that for the safety reason, that charge level of the electricity is almost minimum, just to load and offload, so that there is the strong need of the electricity, green electricity, to charge electrical vehicle in full. So that we built 11 turbines in the terminal, so that all the works, like pre-delivery checking or installation of something and so on, and charging the electricity to vehicles by our own green electricity. Then that reduction of the carbon dioxide is huge, like 50,000 tons a year. Then that excess amount of the electricity we are selling to the local electricity companies and making the profit. So that we plan to expand this kind of the business model, to the other areas. Thank you very much for listening.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Takahashi. Really appreciate the presentation and appreciate your leadership. Just in the interest of time, I think for this panel, we will probably forego questions for the speakers, but really appreciate you presenting today.
I did have one other announcement to make. If, as a reminder, there is a 2-hour parking limitation on 5th Street. So if you have parked and you feel like you need to move your car, this is probably a good time to do it. Parking enforcement is being consulted right now, but you may want to check your vehicle if you're parked on 5th Street. All right, at this point, I'd like to bring up Sugiura Toru-san, Senior Manager of Corporate Strategy and Sustainability Business with Toyota Tsusho.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Hello, my name is Toru Sugiura from Toyota Tsusho America. I would like to introduce our port equipment demonstration project that is taking place at the Port of Los Angeles. And first of all, I would like to congratulate State of California as well as Port of LA and Long Beach for being awarded for DOE Hydrogen Hub grant. Tyson-san, congratulations. Yes. And we are trying to create supply and demand at the same time, which is the most challenging part of the hydrogen and zero emission implementation. So please go to the next page. Just a quick overview of Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach. As somebody already mentioned, that 40% of imported container enters into the United States, Long Beach and Los Angeles. And obviously, Los Angeles and Long Beach combined together, it's the largest port operation in the United States. And interestingly, Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach on the bottom right box has more container handling volume than all container handling ports in Japan combined. As well as Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach has already progressed carbon neutrality and emission reduction efforts. As a result, LA Long Beach combined together has actually less CO2 emission compared to all container handling ports in Japan. So that's a very interesting, and congratulations to Port of LA and Long Beach, and I would like to encourage Japan ports to follow that path. Next, please. This is the Port of LA Long Beach container handling equipment inventory tables on the left side. LA and Long Beach together, there are approximately 3,300 container handling equipments currently working, and almost all diesel. And we have extensive hearings with all container terminal operators, And for their 2030 container equipment zero emission target and also 2035 dryage truck zero emission target, they are currently putting main focus on 3 major container handling equipments for zero emission. One is top handler. There are 386 units in both LA and Long Beach. RTG rubber tire gantry crane, 152 units. And yard trucks, 1,671 units in both LA and Long Beach together. And our focus is for zero emission effort for those 3 equipments because they're over 90% of LA and Long Beach ports zero CO2 emission fact. And Toyota Tsusho supports all zero emission technology, including battery, hydrogen. But for this particular presentation, we are focusing on hydrogen technology because in the port equipment, we believe the hydrogen has favorable features that the battery cannot handle. Because of the long duty cycle, which I'm going to discuss a little bit later, and also high power output, and also infrastructure feasibility that batteries cannot simply handle. Next, please. And we as a global company, not only we pushing our internal carbon footprint reduction, but also we consider port as a part of our business activity function. So our mission is also to reduce CO2 emission in a port area as one of our business activity and carbon footprint reduction. I think many companies are the same, the Googles and Amazons now trying to decarbonize the port's operation, even though it's not their operation. Next, please. This is also another equipment inventory graph for this is entire California ports all together. And you can see, for example, yard truck, entire California ports, 2031 units in operation, but Port of LA and Long Beach just together, 1,670. So you can tell how big Port of LA and Long Beach operation is. So this is where the emission is concentrated. So we need to really attack where the largest emission is. Next, please. This is a hydrogen consumption estimate that we did based on DOE study research paper. Based on the research paper by DOE, hydrogen consumption for those 3 main container handling equipments are shown here. And multiplied by the units, potential hydrogen demand in the port area, LA and Long Beach together, if all those 3 equipments are converted to hydrogen, 72 metric ton per day of hydrogen is estimated to be consumed. And 50%, maybe because of the battery, maybe we'll cover the 50%. That's 36 metric ton per day. This scale is quite large for 6 miles by 6 mile radius area. Just to compare the scale, please take a look at the top right diagram, which is passenger vehicle hydrogen demand. By 2030, California Air Resources Board estimates passenger vehicle fuel cell passenger vehicle is estimated to be in operation about 60,000 units. And that is equivalent to 42 metric ton of hydrogen in entire state of California. Almost similar amount of hydrogen will be maybe consumed in a Port of LA and Long Beach together if 50% of the technology is converted. That's a very significant amount of concentrated amount of hydrogen used in a very, very small area. So as a Toyota Tsusho, a future hydrogen supplier to the port terminal, this is where we would like to aim for the business opportunity. And if we are going to include the potential hydrogen estimate for dryage truck, which is about 13,000 trucks registered, just the amount is gigantic, another digit. So currently we are focusing on the inside of the port terminal operation. Next, please. So this is the actual demonstration project that we are currently working on. Phase one, we have already started this demonstration operation, which we converted one existing diesel top handler provided by Phoenix Marine Terminal, and we installed Toyota fuel cell system to this top handler. And we deliver hydrogen to the port with our developed hydrogen mobile refueler. And for this top handler project, it's been already about 6 months, and the machine has been working very well, except that our design was a little bit under-designed. So we would like to, we are currently adding additional fuel cell and also hydrogen storage to make the capacity larger. But so far, it's promising that this repower concept is working. And phase two, and also phase one, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Port of Los Angeles and Long Beach for TAP funding, Technology Advancement Program, and also South Coast AQMD for CalMoya funding, and also NEDO, Japanese government, New Energy and Industrial Technology Development Organization, who have funded our demonstration, who are all here today. And for phase two, thank you for support from USEN Terminal International YTI. We are doing another larger scale demonstration, which is believed to be probably the world's largest hydrogen demonstration using 4 different kinds of equipment and vehicles in one location. And so we are adding, in addition to top handler, we are adding RTG, thanks to Mitsui Paseco support, and also yard trucks. We are also bringing in 2 Class A dryage trucks. Also, we are adding larger sized mobile refueler to refuel hydrogen to those equipment. And also, we are installing, not inside of LA and Long Beach port, but a little bit outside, one hydrogen steam methane reformer to produce our own hydrogen to see technical and economic feasibility. Next, please. So this is the top handler that we are currently operating at the Phoenix Marine Terminal. The picture on the left is the original, a little bit tired top handler, diesel top handler. This is a 2012 Taylor model, so it's 11 years old, probably halfway through for the product life. And it's a 388 horsepower and 217 gallons of diesel tank. And we basically removed the diesel engine and diesel tanks, converted to hydrogen fuel cell top handler that generates no emissions. And so initial spec was one fuel cell module, 80 kilowatt, and hydrogen tank has 60 kilograms, and a small battery of 105 kilowatt hour battery. And so again, so far this has been working very well for one shift, but we are trying to cover 2 shifts with only one single refueling event. So we are kind of modifying the top handler right now. Next one, please. So I would like to talk about why hydrogen fuel cell for this top handler, not the battery. Some company has already brought a battery top handler for demonstration, but unfortunately, so far, none of the demonstration unit has covered a 2-shift operation. And the reason is that this top handler is a monster diesel eating machine and high power output. So according to our demonstration, we found out that very interesting, it required almost as much as 1.3 megawatt hour of power, which actually our assumption on the paper feasibility study was completely wrong. We thought it was maybe around 850 kilowatt hour for the 2 shifts. So that's why we love doing this kind of demonstration, because without a demonstration, we don't know how it's going to work, right? So, and also a long duty cycle, Port of LA, Long Beach, they do 2 shifts operation without stopping. And so there's no break for refueling, right? So the early morning, we refuel hydrogen, and then the top handler fuel must last 16 hours without stopping. And So another concern for battery technology for top 100 is refueling and charging time. And so based on our data collection, if you are going to use battery for top 100, it requires at least 1 megawatt or maybe potentially 1.5 megawatt of battery, which requires at the current fastest supercharger, 250 kilowatt hour supercharger takes 6 hours to charge. So the port operators, they have only 4-hour charging window from 3 a.m. to 7 a.m. So 6 hour, 7-hour charging is not fast enough for port operators to charge fully on the battery. And also, just for a side note, that this 1.3 megawatt hour of energy is equivalent to 45 typical household power consumption per day. So basically, to move one top 100 one day, we are actually feeding almost as equal as 45 houses per day, or 45 days of one house. So it's amazing, crazy fuel-eating machine, but those 3,000 of these machines are supporting port operation. So it's just the more I find out about the port operation, it's just the less that I know. It's just a crazy operation. So I am very, very impressed of port operation every day without stopping. And also infrastructure charging possibly the very challenging part of the battery technology. Mr. Cordero from Port of Long Beach mentioned that grid capacity is the main concern if we to transfer all the fossil fuel to electricity or battery technology. So that's why we think the battery technology should coexist inside of the port operation when we go to this zero emission transition. Next page, please. So this page shows our hydrogen supply with our mobile refueler. We were told by port operator that the hydrogen supply must be exactly the same as diesel supply to those equipment. So basically, we mimicked our hydrogen supply with diesel supply operation. So we developed hydrogen mobile refueler that we just bring hydrogen to the equipment and then connect the nozzle and the hose, and then just transfer hydrogen from mobile refueler to top 100. This operation has been also successful. We have been successfully transfer hydrogen from mobile refueler to top 100 for demonstration. And we will continuously take data and for maybe faster flow mobile refueler and also larger capacity. Thank you very much. Next, please. Next, please. Yes, this is last page. So this page shows advantages and disadvantages of hydrogen technology in a port equipment. You have already known the advantages. So far, the Phoenix terminal operator, they love our top 100. It's because it's quieter than diesel and also less vibration. So it's a very operator-friendly equipment. And so many advantages, but I want to kind of focus on the challenges today, which is one, very high cost operation. Still, demonstration is okay because we are funded by government funding. But once we move on to the commercial phase, our challenge is how to reduce the cost to diesel parity cost. So equipment is more expensive, hydrogen is more expensive. So definitely at the initial transition phase, we need a support, incentive support. So this hydrogen hub funding, I think this is a great support to accelerate this transition. And also lack of equipment availability by OEM. As I mentioned that we are focusing on repower possibility, repower option for port equipment because equipment OEMs are not quite ready, probably not until late 2020s, 2027, 2088 to be deployed mass quantity. So until then, I think we can support using repower retrofit concept, so that port terminal can start practicing zero-emission hydrogen technology. And another lack of experience is a user confidence. We had to spend a lot of time educating operators and port terminal people. And I would like to particularly thank ILWU people today, and because their operators have been very supportive, and we have done a lot of training and education with them. And so without support of ILWU, this project was not possibly happened. And also the permit process, unfortunately, all the equipment, knowledge, people are ready, but right now this permit process is taking the longest. Fire permit and also land use permit, very taking long time, because this is a very new technology, new fuel. So those authorities are very careful about issuing permit to operate hydrogen technology. So I would like to request a support from Port of LA, Long Beach, state government, the city, everybody to speed up this process so that the transition to zero emission gets faster. And incentive availability, and of course, at the beginning, the cost is more expensive than diesel operation. We understand that, but definitely we would like to see more incentives, particularly port operation area. And yes, thank you. I think that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Toru. We'll keep moving because we still have 4 more.
And I know you all have questions, and my commitment to you is we will compile your questions, package them as part of the final report, and work to get answers to them from the speakers. So thank you. And if we can ask the cooperation of the remaining speakers to help us get to the vote, that would be greatly appreciated. I'm going to invite now Craig Scott, Group Manager for Toyota North America, to share his thoughts with you.
Good morning. Good afternoon, everyone. First, let me thank Toru for an amazing speech, as well as the quote, which I'm going to use now going forward, the crazy diesel eating machine. So unfortunately, I have no such funny jokes in mind. But I recognize also we're very close. We're in between you guys and lunch, so I will try to just quickly move through my slides. My name is Craig Scott. I'm the group manager for what's called the Fuel Cell Solutions team at Toyota North America. I've been working on hydrogen at Toyota for 24 years, so a long history here in the U.S. And we are very grateful and appreciate the opportunity to share with you today a little bit of what we're working on. So, next slide, please. So hard to imagine, but nearly 10 years ago, Toyota released what's called the Environmental Challenge 2050. And there's sort of 2 parts of this. The left side is talking about the vehicles we make and the plants where we make them. And the commitment from us there is zero emissions for both the plants and the vehicle tailpipe emissions. And the right side is about having a net positive impact to the environment. So whether that's water use or land use or society and systems. And I can tell you we're well along the way to achieving these goals. Including in August of 2022, we announced what we call the Clean Port, Clean Corridors, and Clean Communities program. And some of the slides you'll see here today represent our activities in that space. But we recognize that the size and magnitude of the emissions in the Port of Los Angeles and Port of Long Beach, and we recognize our position as a big customer of these ports to contribute to their cleaning up. Next slide, please. So actually, this slide says 2017, but in reality, we started this program back in around 2015, 2016, creating a sketch on the desk, if you will, for how we, as Toyota, may bring our fuel cell technology to bear in other applications beyond light duty. And the first of these that we thought was an important opportunity was heavy-duty trucks. And so in 2017, in April, actually just down the street here, we launched with members of the community the blue truck you see there, which is called the Alpha truck. And that was the very first prototype that we ever built. We did it very quietly in secret at our facility in Gardena and Michigan. And then we went on to build the red truck you see there, which is called the Beta truck, and then onto the 10 Ocean trucks that were part of a pilot program that I'll speak shortly about here also in the port. And we are now, since that period of time, moved forward with our production intent and have announced that our SOP, or start of production, if you will, for our kit to manufacture these to put into heavy-duty trucks begins at the end of this year. Next slide, please. So very big thanks to the state of California, to the Air Resources Board, to the Energy Commission for the ZANZEB project that we successfully completed very recently. This was an opportunity to bring 10 trucks and three new stations, 5 in total heavy-duty trucks, to the port in what was called the shore-to-store program. And we logged tens of thousands of miles on these trucks, filled them many, many times using hydrogen in and around the port. And here you see a picture of the very large amount of program participants that included everyone from Toyota and, of course, Shell and Kenworth, but also the drivers from UPS, for TTSI, and also from our own internal logistics company. Next slide, please. So really, one of the major important reasons beyond proving out heavy-duty works or fuel cells work for heavy-duty for us was also to encourage the development of heavy-duty infrastructure in the Port of Los Angeles and in and around the state. Because as you know, we're making progress on the light-duty side, but heavy-duty is a sort of new technology, if you will, requires a new way of thinking about refueling trucks. And ZANZEB was a really important opportunity for Toyota and for the other program participants to kick off that activity and to show that it can be done. And so in these photos here, especially at the top left, you see the facility that's just down the road here at our port location, our total logistics facility. And that is really the first station in the state of California ever to be rated at 1 ton a day of hydrogen. It's going to be fed by a renewable plant, which I'll explain in just a moment. And that station is operating today alongside its sister station in Wilmington, just down the street, and a further station in Ontario, California, that supports the entire network of goods movement from the Port of Los Angeles, Long Beach, to the Ontario railhead. Next slide, please. So after that, we decided that there was more opportunities for heavy duty in the port, and we created this yard tractor, demonstration project. It's proof of concept. It operated here in the port for many years. We currently operate the truck now at our facility in Torrance, but it is the truck that moves the TEUs, or the 40-foot containers, around the port and inside the port. And very similar to what Toru had explained earlier, it's really important for companies like Toyota and others to be able to demonstrate these technologies and learn from our activities in a prototyping fashion, such that we can continue to expand and make the product better, more robust, and usable for the workers. Beyond that, the other real big opportunity that we see for fuel cells nowadays is in stationary power generation. Here you see an image of the first 1 megawatt class fuel cell stationary power generator that we created and delivered to the National Renewable Energy Lab in Golden, Colorado. Delivered it maybe about 6 or 7 months ago now. It's in the final commissioning stages, and we'll start up working with their microgrid. It is the first time Toyota has built a 1 megawatt class unit for the U.S. It was all designed and engineered by our team in Gardena, which is where we're located. And it really gives a clear indication of the things that are possible with hydrogen and with fuel cell. And although we did it here in a sort of microgrid environment, the reality is that this is a great opportunity also for shore power, which I think is an important part of bringing power and energy to the needs of the ports here in LA and Long Beach. It is. I would highly recommend or encourage anyone who goes to the lab to go see it. It's a very interesting project, and I think it's going to be just a starting point for much larger sort of grid level scale power production using hydrogen. And then I alluded to this earlier. This is just on the left side of that picture that you can't see is that hydrogen station that we built or was built by Shell for the ZANZEB program. This is a tri-generation plant. It's a technology that actually Toyota helped fund research for maybe almost 2 decades ago out of the University of California, Irvine. It is a technology that uses molten carbonate fuel cells. And what we do is we provide renewable natural gas with low CI scores, or low carbon intensity scores, to make both power, hydrogen, or three things: power, hydrogen, and hot water. And for the power side, we make about 2.35 megawatts of power. We make 1 ton a day of renewable hydrogen, which is an important amount because, as I mentioned before, the station can do 1 ton a day next door. And we make hot water, which we provide to our facility at the port. This is Toyota's largest port facility outside of Japan. We process several hundred thousands of vehicles through here a year. We use roughly 500 or 600 kilowatts of power. So all that power will now come from this plant. So that will be the first 100% renewable powered facility for Toyota in North America. Also providing what I do believe, and maybe Tyson correct me if I'm wrong, the only 100% renewable hydrogen production plant in the state of California as well. Maybe. That's what I think. Anyhow, it's a great way to demonstrate that we can make power and hydrogen together on-site, delivered at low cost, without having to move it around the state and do it in a sustainable way. Finally, great picture here of the truck and the Mirai together. We are still very big advocates of light-duty transportation for fuel cells. We think it's an important step in the energy transition. So, try to go fast. Thanks very much. Appreciate your time.
Thank you.
So next, we're going to hear a Marine Terminal Operations perspective from Bonnie Nixon, the Director of ESG, Environment, Social, and Governance Issues and Sustainability for Long Beach Container Terminal.
Hi, it's a pleasure to be here. We're going to start with a video. I think it's on the next slide. And I might recommend that
it was a bold idea, first conceptualized in 2001, to create one of the largest and greenest terminals in the world by combining two aging terminals into one. Construction started in 2011. Today, it is a reality. Long Beach Container Terminal at the Port of Long Beach is one of the world's most advanced shipping terminals with its zero-emission operation and state-of-the-art technology. Capable of handling 3.3 million TEUs annually, more than double the capacity of the two aging terminals it replaced, LBCT is one of the busiest container terminals in the United States. Using clean electricity to power its entire operation, today the 4,200-foot-long wharf can welcome the largest container ships in the world. To cut emissions, all the ships plug into shore power electricity while at berth. Then, using the only ship-to-shore cranes in the Americas capable of lifting two containers at the same time, the terminal can service 3 of the largest ships in the world at once. To quickly move the containers to the storage area, 102 automated guided transport vehicles, or AGVs, deliver them to the fully automatic stacks, where the all-electric, fully automated stacking cranes load the containers onto trucks. This highly orchestrated zero-emission operation is not only green, but also highly efficient, offloading and loading ships in less time than any other terminals on the West Coast, with trucks moving in and out of the terminal with record speed. For cargo that will be delivered via train, the intermodal rail facility has 6 semi-automated rail cranes to load and unload trains onto the largest on-dock rail facility in North America. All this using clean electricity to power these giant machines, making LBCT one of the most sustainable terminals in the world. The vision was clear from the start. Design and build a terminal like no other, a green terminal where the economy and environment thrive together, where green means productivity, jobs for our workforce, prosperity for the region, and protection of our air, water, and natural resources. The future is now at LBCT.
Thanks. It's a pleasure to be here this morning. Konnichiwa. And I'm really honored to be among so many dignitaries and this board. I'm appreciative as well, as you will hear in just a few moments. We've received a lot of support thus far, and we're continuing to ask for support. So even the end of my presentation, I have very concrete help requests. And so starting with and specifically, I was asked about 5 questions. What did I think were the key factors influencing LBCT's approach to decarbonization? No doubt it was to alleviate the congestion. I live here in San Pedro, drive over to Long Beach. I get to enjoy and see the trucks that are lined up, typically on both bridges and up the 710 corridor. The area of Bakersfield is the most severe non-attainment air quality zone in the country. The San Pedro Port Complex is the second. So while we have absolutely reduced our emissions enormously from when many people who lived here grew up in the 50s, 60s, 70s, we still have a lot of work to do, and particularly for the communities surrounding the port. We do want to serve as a preferred operator. No doubt that our job here is to satisfy those beneficial cargo owners that are served by the ocean carriers. So I don't believe, when we talk back and forth with the regulators about whether we should do this or that, or they're going to require us to do this or that, our belief is that the people that are really going to make the change are the marketplace. I don't know how many of you recently saw that a RFP came out from IKEA, Amazon, Nike, and about 20 other carriers, basically saying we will guarantee $600K to the first shipping lines that can guarantee a zero-emission ship. So it's going to be the marketplace looking at their scopes 1, 2, and in particular their scope 3, the supply chain, that moves the needle here. Thirdly, to disprove the perception that the ports are unwilling to change. This took a lot of work, a lot of collaboration with the unions, with the government entities, with the communities. For us at LBCT, it was a 10-year environmental document. And it went from 2006 until 2016 when we broke ground, 2018 when we opened the second berth, and 2021 when we opened the third berth. So it was a lot of work and a lot of collaboration and a lot of money. So I can't go without thanking the Port of Long Beach, raised about $1.5 billion towards a $2.5 billion project. So that wasn't funded. The $1 billion came in from the private sector and continues to come in with all of the cranes that you've seen. And then the environmental stewardship is very important to us, and we continue to commit to that. Just in the last couple of weeks, we've participated in the Green Port Fair, the coastal cleanup. We did a sea turtle habitat restoration, and we will continue to work very closely also with the community on issues related to homelessness and food security and taking care of the issues around air quality. So the LBCT model has proven itself. This slide is one that we're most proud of, because what you don't frequently see is that as a company grows and improves its production, and for us it went from 700,000 TEU to 3.3 million TEU, and we're averaging about 2.5 right now, you can see the emissions plummeted. I'm often asked, is this clean electricity? It's important to know that Southern California Edison is our utility partner. They're committed to changing their electricity from natural gas to renewable. They just updated their pathway to go from 80% to 85% renewable by 2030. In the interim, what we're doing is we're very actively participating in the low-carbon fuel standard market, in the renewable energy credit market, in the offset market, in the inset market. We'll be participating in the tax credit market associated with the IRA. So we're actively engaging, and as a result of that, we're carbon neutral already today for our Scope 1, our Scope 2, and the majority of our Scope 3. So this is a great slide, and while we know that SCE won't be 100% by 2030, when we have stated very clearly and unequivocally that there will not be one piece of fossil fuel equipment on our terminal after the year 2030. So we have 270 pieces of equipment that we're replacing. Thanks to the federal government, MARAD, we are replacing 60 yard tractors within the next couple of years. And we've received the funding for that. And here with this esteemed board, I want to thank you for the CalSTA money, the California State Transportation money, which we recently received, which will help us also to convert about 30 forklifts, a couple of, we only have like one reach stacker, a couple of top handlers, and some additional yard tractors and rail moving carts. So that's our heavy-duty cargo handling equipment. We still have another 170 or so pieces of equipment, and you'll see us continuing to ask for support and make that transition. So these are the dollars. As I mentioned, we've spent $2.5 billion. We'll need about 200 to 250 million. I believe that's a drop in the bucket compared to what we've already spent. And the money breaks up in this way. I think it's important to note that about 100 to 125 is specifically infrastructure. So this is one of those requests for help. You know, the Southern California Edison has been very responsive to us. In fact, my CEO, Anthony Otto, is here, and he's, along with others, are going to be meeting with the Edison board on Tuesday, and we've met with SCE board many times, and they've been very receptive and very responsive. And we do have a 66 kV line, so when I'm often asked, are you going towards hydrogen or going towards other means, our commitment today is to electrification because we have it, as do a couple of the other terminals. We will continue to research the other technologies, and it's been an honor to listen today to the thoughts around hydrogen, around ammonia, and I'll also speak some about methanol. We'll spend about 50 to 75 specifically on the equipment, and I agree with what Director Soroka said about the fact that, you know, you could pay $100,000 for a diesel terminal, a diesel yard tractor, and it's about $600,000 to $700,000 once you put the infrastructure in, get the transformers, have the equipment and the charger. So it is a heavy lift for any RO or for any business that's looking at its ROI, and certainly for the trucks and owners. And then the remaining is we're committed to renewables. I just heard Toyota present on distributed generation. A part of our commitment is to even look at our diesel backup generators and replace those with distributed generation. At our terminal, we have the 2 largest battery swapping facilities in the world. And it's our goal to shift over the technology, have space in those battery exchange buildings, and do energy storage. So we'll be knocking on the DOE's door and other doors to help us look at solutions around that and put solar on every possible roof that we can put it on to help us in the renewable and to make up for that 15% that SCE isn't going to help us get to between 2030 and 2045. And then finally, and last but not least, certainly the community. I mean, we recognize the impact we have on the community. We recognize the issues related to environmental justice, disadvantaged populations, and it's our goal to work very closely with the community as we make all these transitions. I was asked about what suggested government policies would be good to help us make this transition. We'd like to like to see the ports and the regulators and the state and everybody say, look, we need really detailed master plans right down to every piece of infrastructure that's necessary to make this transition, and then have that state freight plan that says this many billion is needed at each terminal, for each port, for the entire port complex, so that we can also help educate the beneficial cargo owners, the Walmarts, the Targets, the Amazons of the world, as well as the government, on exactly what it takes to provide 35 to 40% of the goods to the country and why we should be subsidized. To also ensure that the utility companies do what's necessary. I know here in Los Angeles, you have LADWP. As I mentioned, I live here, and they've been doing a project for about 3 years for us now, and I'd like to see them supported. Maybe there are prospects around privatization when we look at things like methanol and bunkering as well, which I'll mention. Privatization is a really good option. I also think that we want to collaborate with the ports on the long-term goals of what kind of partnerships that we want out there. And then finally, support the workforce programs. You know, when we built LBCT, we spent close to $10 million working closely with the unions, with IBEW, with ILWU to train everybody and make the transitions. And as we make this next transition, we are equally committed. We've even put in the request for dollars training programs, and we've been speaking to the local training entities and universities, and we're extremely committed to this. And finally, you know, these are some of the technical and operational opportunities. So I'll just end with, you know, that when we had some fear, when there was fear by some of the beneficial cargo owners or the retailers on whether we were backed up or whether we would stop freight for different reasons, many of the ships diverted to Savannah or Houston. And Michelle Grubbs is here from PMSA, and they did a report that many of our technical experts were involved in, and that demonstrated that there was an 18% increase in greenhouse gas emissions for that diversion. So that's not a win-win for anybody when something like that happens. I think that as I mentioned, I want to give a shout out to the AQMD, the Air Quality Management District, located here. Most recently, they teamed with us on a merit request for just infrastructure, because what became obvious to us is as we were planning out the 66 yard tractors and the 33 forklifts, it was like, wait, we're going to have to dig this up, put the transformers in, put the conduit in, and then close it up and put chargers and equipment. And then we've got to go to another area and do that again. And then we got to come back here because we're going to put the buses here. We got to come back here because the sweepers are going to go over here and some more yard tractors over here. And that became really inefficient and disruptive to our operations over the long term. So we've stopped and said, look, we need to do the infrastructure in one full swoop. And that, for us, was about an $85 million ask. And AQMD partnered with us to make that ask, and we're still waiting to hear from Merit on that. Irregardless, we're going to continue to go after that with the IRA. The Inflation Reduction Act is coming out soon. And we do really strongly believe that LBCT can become a showcase, not just for the Port of Long Beach, for the San Pedro Port Complex, for the state of California, for the nation, but also for the world, to show the world that it is possible. And we also believe in a multi-fuel future. I agree with the earlier speakers that said everything, everywhere, all at once, because I think that all of these solutions are appropriate. We all know that when we look at things like ammonia, we've got to tackle challenges like the safety, like potential spills, like eutrophication, which causes algae blooms in the water. We have to look at, you know, what are the solutions? We have communities to deal with, and just recently we've all encountered the conversations around LNG and CNG where they're concerned about the methane releases. So we have our challenges in front of us, and for us, green methanol is a good solution for the ships. We're already in deep conversations with our customers, the shipping lines, and we believe that between 2025 and 2027, 28, we're going to be converting over the majority of our shipping lines to methanol. So what do we need most help with? We need bunkering. We need the development of green methanol, and we need the options around that. And along those lines, we, as I mentioned, will continue to support all of these multi-fuel scenarios because we think they're all going to be necessary. So with that, thank you very much. I'd like to say arigato gozaimasu.
Thank you, Bonnie. As As you know, we're running a little bit late, but I appreciate your patience and indulging us. The content and the quality of speakers is just too good. We want to make sure everybody has a chance to speak. Up next, we wanted to hear from the trucking sector, and so I'd like to invite Matt Schrapp, the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Secretary and Director General Nada, and distinguished panelists, Mr. Bradley and Ms. Monahan. It's truly an honor to be here today among such notable representatives. I'm pleased to be able to provide a little bit of perspective on how the drayage sector fits into decarbonization and green shipping corridor opportunities here in the supply chain. My name is Matt Schrapp. I am the CEO of the Harbor Trucking Association. HTA is the nation's largest drayage trade association. We represent motor carriers doing business on the west coast of the U.S. Our membership is made up of small 1 to 2 truck operators, all the way through some of the largest motor carriers doing business in the United States today. And today, I'd like to take a little bit of a different approach. I don't have a presentation, primarily because some of the examples I gave became way too hard to animate in my PowerPoint presentation. But regardless, I think that instead of talking about just straight regulatory policy and some of the challenges that we feel there, I thought it'd be important to touch on operational things. I think Mr. Soroka did a very good job in outlining some of the challenges that we have with deploying advanced technologies. But nevertheless, this is a multifaceted approach. And when thinking about key factors that influence our decision-making for decarbonization in the supply chain, in our experience, for decarbonization efforts to be successful, they must entail a multifaceted approach that leverages operational enhancements as well as available technology, not just regulatory measures. While there's a clear benefit from using lower carbon intensity fuels or zero or near zero emission drivetrains, it is our belief that efficiency enhancements have the potential to further reduce carbon emissions beyond what can be achieved through regulatory mandates of fuel or deployment alone, and should be considered as a key critical piece of the puzzle moving towards decarbonization. The trucking industry here in the U.S. has always been on the forefront of practices that foster, encourage, and enhance efficiency in day-to-day operations. It's no secret that a major motivator for efficiency improvements in drayage operations, or in trucking in general, is cost. Because of this, trucking fleets do everything in their power to limit inefficiencies within their operations to offset cost increases that result from unforeseen or unplanned activity. While wasted fuel and resources have a negative impact on trucking operations from a cost standpoint, they also contribute to the carbon footprint of goods movement, especially when looking at emissions on a per container basis. In the ports of Los Angeles and Long Beach, it is not uncommon to find restrictions implemented by a marine terminal or an ocean carrier that prohibit the pickup or return of a container or chassis, thereby disrupting truck operations. Terminals strive to maintain fluid truck gate and yard operations. However, unforeseen situations such as extreme weather events, power outages, accidents, maintenance, or a labor issue may cause a terminal closure, preventing return or pickup. These instances are typically out of the control of the terminal operator or vessel operator, but nonetheless disrupt trucking operations, which can result in what we call dry runs, where a truck is unable to perform a transaction, or dislocation, which is additional and unnecessary truck moves in order to reposition a container. Conversely, there are many other factors that are well within the control of the marine terminals and vessel operators that result in the same disruptive inefficiencies. Empty container return restrictions, chassis restrictions, shifting ERD dates or earliest return dates for export containers, appointment availability or lack thereof, as well as a host of other factors that are well out of the control of the trucking community, which have the same net effect, resulting in dry runs or dislocation of chassis and or containers. When the restrictions described above are placed on a drayage operator, that driver and truck are forced to perform additional moves to facilitate final return of container or pickup. These additional moves result in unnecessary emissions, as drayage operators react to the restrictions by redeploying and redistributing assets to adjust to the changes. For example, if a truck is already dispatched to a terminal and that terminal closes the gate or cancels the appointment, or if that appointment window is missed due to the cascading effects of extremely long turn times at other terminals, the truck now needs to return to the yard and then redeploy again to retrieve the same container once a new appointment is secured. This is an example of a dry run. A different scenario, one that plays out regularly, is when a drayage operator has a container pickup at one terminal. However, the terminal where that specific container is located is not receiving the empty container that currently occupies the chassis. In this instance, in order to free up the chassis, a drayage operator needs to find a location that's receiving the empty container, send the truck to that location, and then send the trucker back over to the other terminal with now a bare chassis to then complete the transaction. This is what we call a triangulated move or dislocation. Many times the chassis itself may have restrictions since it is part of a special arrangement between the beneficial cargo owner and the ocean carrier. In this instance, the motor carrier may in fact have to drop the empty container at one location, drop the chassis at a different location, travel to a separate location to pick up a different chassis, and then finally deploy to actually pick up the container. Now this is an extreme example of dislocation. 5 total truck moves to accomplish something that could be done in 2. If there were no chassis or empty container restrictions. While this is an extreme example, variations of this scenario described here are commonplace at the Gateway and others across the state. Furthermore, according to data compiled by the HTA in our truck measurement data project, that is, we have been tracking truck terminal turn times since 2014, turn times exceeding 2 hours can account for as high as 29% of moves during peak congestion times. Since January of 2022, the complex-wide average for turns over 2 hours is 20%. Turns over 3 hours are also not uncommon and make up 10% as moves as recently as this past September at certain terminals in the Gateway. To state the obvious, addressing these inefficiencies can result in carbon reduction simply from less trucks movement and decreased idling time in queue or behind the gate at a terminal. As is such, any decarbonization efforts aimed at the global drayage industry should consider local operational constraints prior to looking at a massive changeover through mandated technology use. Simply by limiting or mitigating the restrictions that constrain the transactional capability of trucking companies, along with a specific metric for acceptable turn times for trucks navigating marine terminals, measurable carbon reductions without any engine or fuel turnover would result. While efficiency enhancements result in these passive reductions, an active form and a major force in carbon reduction efforts, something that we are very familiar with as a trucking industry in California, are of course state-sponsored technology mandates that force truck operators into cleaner technology through regulatory decree. Regulatory efforts, while seemingly effective for achieving reduction goals, must be carefully crafted to account for the operational realities that may limit the deployment in a timely and effective manner. Understanding and accounting for industry operational constraints while shaping regulatory policy will ultimately create standards that accurately reflect the operational realities of a particular segment, which in turn will result in more sustainable policy framework that fleets can actually comply with to maintain their business operations. It is of critical importance for national, local, state, and regional governments to appreciate the need for a comprehensive and multifaceted approach to decarbonization in the trucking industry. Governmental bodies need to do the hard work and endeavor to understand and appreciate the nuances of the global supply chain in order to support ports and the freight industry across the globe. The supply chain has been described as a system of systems that work together towards a common end. These systems are complex, yet surprisingly elegant, made up of a multitude of actors grinding away, churning the waters of life that support the goods movement economy. On this planet, we are all actors in the supply chain, from vessel and terminal operators to truckers and BCOs, all the way through the end user and consumer. Government has a unique role, but in no way is isolated from the rest of the supply chain. In fact, when speaking about decarbonization in the supply chain, government and the public sector may in fact play the most critical role. Not just as a simple regulator, but as a conductor and a facilitator, a distributor of incentive and grant funds. a contributor and collaborator to productive dialogue and discourse, and most importantly, as an impartial arbiter that is able to transcend politics and develop a diverse set of rules and standards that are actually achievable and not just aspirational. Well-intentioned but ill-conceived edicts that do not reflect the operational and cost realities of advanced technology cannot be relied solely upon to achieve the reductions that are needed to mitigate climate change across this globe. What is needed, and what has been demonstrated today, and is also to echo my friend and colleague Gene Soroka about some of the challenges relative to deploying advanced technology, comprehensive and thoughtful approaches may in fact be the only pathway that we have towards achieving a sustainable and decarbonized supply chain while balancing the competitive needs of our gateway. Diversion is real. I'd like to extend my sincerest gratitude for the opportunity to share some thoughts here with you today. I know we're not doing questions, but we have a tremendous amount of hard work in front of us. Just within a matter of a few weeks begins the first Air Resources Board mandate on drayage trucks. 1124, no additional capacity can be added to this system. To say the rule is a little short-sighted would be putting it mildly, and that's why the California Trucking Association has actually sued the Air Resources Board on this Advanced Clean Fleets rule just as of Monday. All this is going to do is delay the implementation. Short-sightedness up front, all it does is shortchange us on the back end. I really appreciate, again, the opportunity. I look forward to further conversation and questions as they arise. Thank you, Mr. Secretary.
Thank you, Matt. Thank you for that presentation. Yeah.
Thank you. And then we wrap up with these last three brief presentations on from the world of, again, ocean carriage, and then a discussion on hydrogen to wrap things up. So at this point, I'd like to ask Colin Fleming, Senior Manager for the Green and Sustainability Planning Team from Ocean Network Express, ONE, to join us. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. Thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this green shipping corridor. Okay, next slide, please. My intention today is to highlight three key factors to successfully create a California-Japan green shipping corridor. Number one, zero or low emission fuels and ocean container vessels. Two, zero or low-emission fuel bunkering services, and three, standards and governance. Okay, next slide, please. And I'm going to highlight these 3 points by going through this agenda. Okay, first, a brief introduction about Ocean Network Express, or ONE, and then more details about these 3 key factors to successfully create a California-Japan green shipping corridor. Again, it's zero or low emission fuels and ocean container vessels. 2, zero low emission fuel bunkering services. And 3, standards and governance. Okay, next slide, please. So ONE is the 7th largest ocean container carrier globally by vessel capacity. ONE operates 200 vessels across 6 continents with regular services to 120 countries. So ONE is a global transportation services company. Okay, next slide, please. Similar to many global companies, ONE has a sustainability program. And in our sustainability program, we have the green strategy. This is our plan and action to reduce and remove the emissions from our operations. If we look at this table, the far right side of this table, you can see the emissions from our operations last year in 2022. We had 9.4 million metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions from our vessels, namely the vessel fuel, and 10,600 metric tons of CO2 equivalent emissions from our global offices and some vessel operations in California. So this table clearly shows that almost all of the emissions from ONE comes from the vessel fuel. Okay? And as many people here are involved in managing emissions at the ports, many people are also aware for the port itself, the ocean container carrier's fuel is a major source of emissions. Okay? So from that position, let's discuss plans on how to reduce those emissions to successfully create a California-Japan green shipping corridor. Next slide, please. So O&E's fuel plan. O&E, to power our vessels with zero or low emission fuel for the long term, our focus currently is on these three fuels. 1, ammonia, 2, methanol, and 3, methane. So we have an idea of which fuels to use to reduce our emissions in a green shipping corridor. Next slide, please. This is our vessel plan. So O&E has ordered 20 vessels which can be converted, changed to use methanol or ammonia to be delivered in 2025. Now, that's our first order. Now this table shows our plan to gradually purchase or change existing vessels in our fleet so that all or most of the fleet burns zero or low emission fuel by 2050. In this graph, you can see the magenta portion. That is the zero or low emission fuel vessels. The blue is the conventional fuel vessels, and it's clear to see that from 2030 to 2050, right, the zero or low emission fuel vessels gradually increase. Therefore, our emissions go down by our target of net zero 2050. Okay, next slide, please. So we understand, right, the ocean carrier's current fuel is a major source of emissions. We know which fuels could be good options to go zero or low emissions, and the vessels needed to do that. Now this key point 1 to successfully creating a California-Japan green shipping corridor is the key point from ocean carriers' point of view of how to do this. It's necessary to lower the cost and the risk of the zero or low emission fuel and the vessels. Okay, so please, let's reflect on this together, right? So I'm going to ask you, could you please imagine, think of one of the biggest pieces of your company or your organization business. One of the biggest pieces or one of the biggest costs, whether it's buildings, people, factories, or anything, your biggest cost. Now, let's imagine society or the market asks you to change that. Change that current piece, bring in a new piece, and that cost is multiple times more expensive. And there is no clear indication from the market or any other body of how that cost is going to be covered or even shared. For that reason, from our point of view, the #1 key point for creating a California-Japan green shipping corridor is to lower the risk and the cost to purchase all of these green fuels and the green vessels. Okay, now let's go to point 2. I'm sorry, next slide. Now, I think the water's that way. On the water, right, we now have an idea, which fuel to use, the vessel designs, to use the fuel, right, so we can reduce the emissions. So that's great. That's on the water at the ports. From what we've heard, the green fuel production is happening or is going to happen in the inland. For example, in the US, There is much talk about green methanol being produced in the U.S. southeast or south central regions. But we are all here at the ports to create a green shipping corridor. So the key question is, how do we get the fuels from the inland location to the ports, and then from the ports onto the vessels? Yes, in a cost-effective, safe, reliable way, but also timely. Why also timely? Well, you can imagine these green vessels are going to come out gradually into the market. And when they do, they're going to go to the ports which offer bunkering services for green fuel. Because once those vessels come out, they're going to go burn the fuel to reduce the emissions. And there are already active green shipping corridors in other places. So for this reason, our key point 2, to successfully create a California-Japan green shipping corridor, is to create, set up policies and incentives, right, to create cost-effective, safe, reliable, and also timely bunkering services for zero or low emission fuel. Okay, next slide, please. We'll go to the last point, is standards and governance. So ONE has seen or experienced the setup of more than one green shipping corridor, okay? And when there are standards, standard starting points, right, standard steps, standard units of measurements, and a standard goals, standard specific goals, the participants, they understand how to work together to go to the goal. A clear example. Let's assume in the California-Japan green shipping corridor, there is standard that when all the vessels go to all the ports in California, then all the ports in Japan, we can plug the vessel into the port's electric grid, we can turn the engines down, we reduce the fuel consumption, we reduce the emissions. Ocean carriers would think, great, I can invest in this technology to plug the vessels into the port. I can reduce my emissions almost as much as possible at all of the ports. So the ROI, the return, the benefit is as big as it can be. That will encourage ocean carriers to make the investment. Okay, so that's just one example. The second point to this point 3 is governance. We believe that accountability is needed in these agreements because these agreements are voluntary, non-binding. We need accountability so that all of the stakeholders and participants move toward the goal. We could ask ourselves, right, from all the signatories or maybe all the ports, could individuals from each body work together to create and enforce the accountability? Or do you need like a separate organization? Those are things to think about, right? And the recent C40, the Port of Los Angeles, Port of Long Beach, Port of Shanghai, their implementation guide could be a useful reference for all of us that is available publicly. Okay, last slide. So in conclusion, to successfully create a California-Japan green shipping corridor, there are 3 key factors. 1, cost-effective, zero or low-emission fuel and ocean container vessels. 2, timely and cost-effective, safe, reliable zero or low-emission fuel bunkering services. And 3, standards and governance. If these 3 factors are actioned, I believe together we can. Okay, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Colin. And so we're going to close with 2 discussions of the question of hydrogen, which has come up a number of times this morning. So we will have Takahiro Yoku-san, the first chairperson of the JH2F Hydrogen Forum, followed by Tyson Eckerly, Senior Advisor for Clean Infrastructure and Mobility from the Governor's Office of Business and Economic Development.
Thank you very much. My name is Takuyo Ko. I'm chairing the group called Japan Hydrogen Forum. And I'm very, very much honored to be here together with all of you, the highly motivated group. And today I'd like to share who we are when we say talking about the Japan Hydrogen Forum and what we do, what we are going to do, and those things. So I will try to shorten the presentation since most of you are a little bit tired. But let me really keep the key points. So I want everybody to remember who is the Japan Hydrogen Forum, what we do, and our value. And I will try to make our value clear as much as possible. So let me skip a couple of pages and go to the third page, next page. Next page, you already know. OK, stop here. Already know that what I was going to say in the first 3 pages, so I don't need to go. So this one, I like to really start touching, somebody said similar things, but Mr. Wan said the data. Right? Here is the challenge. I like to really bring some challenge in your mind that how big challenge we are talking about. So according to the air emission inventory report in Port of Los Angeles, must reduce 1.253,300 tons of CO2 equivalent emission to achieve the carbon neutrality, which is a huge job. And to understand that this magnitude of the challenge, that I kind of calculated how much diesel we can burn to create this much energy, which is not energy, with this much CO2, which actually we do here in Port of Los Angeles. Then calculated, OK, now change that diesel to the all electricity, which is zero emission, and what level of electricity we are talking about to achieve the target we are talking about, zero emission 2030. 7 years from now. The number was 1,250 gigawatt hour per year annually. The Port of Los Angeles now using about 500 gigawatt hour annually as of now. So that means we are talking about another 2.5 extra more electricity to achieve the zero emission 2030. That's the kind of the number we are talking about and challenging, and we have to achieve, we must achieve. So of course, port will increase the electricity more and more, but this is where I said hydrogen will come and play together. It's not hydrogen or electricity, it's not against each other, it's together. How we can really combine hydrogen and electricity energy into one location and create the best integration of the battery power and solar power, and hydrogen energy storage, hydrogen power, hydrogen heat generation, all those things. That's what we need to work on. So please go to the next page. Thank you. So this is where we do. The we means Japan Hydrogen Forum, support decarbonization goal by expanding hydrogen energy. That's really simple, our message. And our keyword is the leading voice, an information pool, and most importantly, implementable solutions. That's the really key. Please remember, Hydrogen Forum, Japan Hydrogen Forum, implementable solution. And please go to the next page. We are actually now 28, the Japanese or Japanese affiliate local company here, really highly motivated hydrogen business, and not only motivated, has experience in technology. And it's going, basically we're increasing more. And as you can see, the JETRO Los Angeles and the Consul General in Los Angeles are great supporters from government sectors. And next page, please. Yes, as you can see, you can imagine as many 28 big Japanese companies, we can do the vertical job, like who can produce hydrogen, transport hydrogen, store the hydrogen, use hydrogen, develop hydrogen power energy. And basically, we can do all the hydrogen-related business and be able to contribute, and actually doing now. So next page, please. So from here, I like to share some of the actual things we are doing. That's something we are not able to share with you up to now. So a couple of companies example. The first, this page explains Mitsubishi Power hydrogen gas turbine and green hydrogen power production and storage project. Intermountain Power Agency ordered Mitsubishi Power JAC gas turbine for renewable hydrogen energy hub allows to contribute a comprehensive plan to Utah to sequentially energy transition from coal to natural gas to fully to renewable hydrogen fuel. By 2045, they plan to utilize 100% renewable hydrogen to enable carbon-free utility-scale power generation, that to be supplied to California mainly. Mitsubishi Power also work on the Advanced Clean Energy Storage, or ACES, project. It is one of the world's largest renewable energy storage project by green hydrogen, which allow them to store 11,000 tons of hydrogen in the salt cavern as long as you want, basically long-term storage. And that is the really they are doing actually now. Next page. Sumitomo Corporation has started worldwide ammonia bunkering project. Their feasibility study has taken place in this year at the port of Savannah, and planning to expand their study activity to the West Coast here in port as well. We all know that utilization of ammonia, especially in the clean port shipping, and hugely contribute decarbonization. Then because regulations regarding ammonia have not yet been established well enough, so we really believe that this is the area port, government officials, and we all working together and come up with a good solution. And we're sure, basically, we can anytime deeply involve this support. And next page, please. Paseco Corp and Mitsubishi E&S has almost completing the first FC-powered rubber tire gantry crane to be used in actual terminal operation. They replace the traditional diesel engine genset with a hydrogen FC to drive the electric motor. They plan to deliver this system in Yusen terminal next year, 24. And they should begin the 4-year demonstration in March 24. So it's going to be a real. And demonstration is partially funded by NEDO. They expect 16 hours straight operation without refueling and equal performance to the conventional diesel power RTG. And retrofit of existing RTG at the port is also possible and really achieve the zero emission. Next page, please. I can skip this one. Already Craig did this, and can you go 2 more pages next? Maybe 30 seconds that Toyota requested for me to just show. Thank you. This is real. So everything is real, implementable solution. That's the key. The next, please, yes. So talking about port drayage hydrogen FC truck operation, I would like to introduce also Mitsui and the company, one of the large investors of first element fuel. They support first in the world commercial HD hydrogen station with real world capability in Oakland and California, as Mr. Wan mentioned. That support Port of Oakland hydrogen fuel cell drayage truck operation. The station has been designed and developed by First Element Fuel jointly with the Japanese strategic technology investors such as Airwater, Nikkiso, and Tatsuno from Japan. It will be capable for fuel 2 heavy-duty trucks in 10 minutes with the latest first flow dispensing technology. And this station will be capable for fueling at least 100 heavy-duty vehicles per day and come with a 4 passenger vehicle fuel cell hydrogen nozzle too. And next page, please. So Enso Japan KK has been working on a unique project. The part of their project in city of Lancaster include hydrogen refueling station for both passenger car and drayage truck. There are many distribution centers and warehouses in Antelope Valley area where most of drayage truck operation from to between Los Angeles and Long Beach port and there. There is no doubt it become critical hydrogen hub station for part of the drayage truck operation. And they applied a project for NEDO overseas study funding opportunity. And I was going to say, currently waiting at the result, but lucky news that Mr. Hesselin, the CEO of this company, told me this morning, he got great news that NEDO actually accepted, he was awarded this project. So it's going to be real again. It's amazing. Okay, thank you. Next page, please. Maybe I can skip this one and go the last page. So there is no easy path, and we all know that, but it's true. Basically, I would say that we really believe and then commit it. And we have to reduce in this CO2. This is our own responsibility. You can see this is our own responsibility. And basically financial, technology, and code and standard, rule and safety and practicality, everything needs to be counted on. We need to work together one by one. But really, let's keep in our mind that we don't have much time. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
All right. Well, it is really awesome to be here. Just taking a step back, you look at, we're not talking about, what we need to do so much or why we need it. It's kind of the how and the who, and that's we're down into problem-solving mode, and that's really great. But I'm not going to flip through all the slides by the interest of time, but very excited. So, actually, I have this thing. So we got the award last week. That was a week ago. So up to $1.2 billion. It's a big deal. I think we all who are really deeply involved in the Arches proposal feel like we've been shot out of a cannon for the last week, in terms of the interest and everything. But we're here talking about ports, and I'm here to say that the ports were the star of the show. I would say the Shohei Ohtani of our application, so to speak. And so the ports of LA, Long Beach, Oakland, that really is the bread and butter of what we're trying to do, because you look at those corridors that we're trying to decarbonize and clean up. That's a huge opportunity. So just quickly here, I'm not going to go through, these slides are there. It's kind of who is Arches, but one of the really exciting part about this is the collaboration across, we have the whole University of California system. They were amazing through the UC Office of the President. We have organized labor, Renewables 100. We have the state, all of our state agencies here working in tandem to make this all happen. And then it was, very important to make sure this is a statewide application. We have some of the numbers there. So we're getting a lot of questions about which projects are going to be funded with this money. We know what we proposed to the DOE, but we've just been selected to negotiate with the DOE. And so we'll roll out those details as we go. We do know there are going to be investments in the ports of LA, Long Beach, and Oakland. Just what those look like and what the specific numbers are, we have to work with the DOE on. And then I'll just click through this. We won't spend a whole lot of time, but this is the system. It'll be in the slide deck there. There you go. And that's the important part. You hear a lot about, the goods movement is a system of systems. The advantage of what we tried to build in Arches is a balanced system where we're matching supply to demand. And that's what can drive down costs. And it's working across sectors, right? So you see it's all renewable production. We have to get it places, get it places. And then the demand side is really important, right? So the first sector to go and be able to sign the big offtake agreements, for example, is the power sector. And that power sector enables us to get to transportation, and transportation and ports is really where the emissions reductions come. In power sector, we can get emissions reductions as well. But the big benefit is getting diesel off the road. And if there's one thing to remember, these are kind of some numbers on the outcomes. But if we get everything right, and it's going to take all of us working together, we're all on the same team on this, which is exciting. But it's carbon negative hydrogen at the cost of diesel by 2030. That was kind of that's what we're after, right? And so we think we can get to about $5 per kilogram cost of hydrogen by 2030. So a lot has to go right to make that happen, but it's still within spitting distance of excitement. And then if you look at, so that can go into trucks and buses and all that stuff, but then it opens the door for the green shipping corridors and the green fuels and all that stuff that we're talking about as well. But we have to get there first. Then some of the benefits, this is our favorite little graphic you can look at. It's our Andy Warhol, for those of you who like pop art, But essentially, you can see where the project sites are statewide in the top left, and they map very well with the disadvantaged communities, low income, air pollution. We're very proud of two numbers in particular up there. One of them is the health benefits. That's getting diesel off the road of about $3 billion, close to $3 billion a year estimated. And the other one is the jobs, the 222,000 jobs, like family supporting jobs, and that partnership with labor has been really exciting. So much more to come. A couple of things just in terms of expectation setting. So like we're not going to go through this graphic, but at the far left is where we are in the process. So it's akin to qualifying for the Olympics, and now we get to go compete in the Olympics. But the fun part is now we're on the same team with all the other hubs, and we're on the same team with Japan. We're on the same team. It's all collectively working together. But it's a long process. So we have a couple of months of negotiation with the Department of Energy. As we can share information about projects, we will roll those out. We'll be collaborating, creating opportunities, and then between now and 2030 when the hub's built out. And this is another map that they have, so you're welcome to look at. And then I'll stop there for now. And then but we're doing a lot of stuff as a state too. Actually, one more thing, just trying to get everything. So Governor Newsom is very committed to making renewable hydrogen work, making sure we're all in alignment, kind of that all of government approach, because there's a lot of stuff that the Energy Commission is doing, that CalSTA is doing, that Air Resources Board is doing, CalRecycle. We have to get everybody on the same page moving forward. And so we'll need all of your help to make sure that happens. So very exciting time, and thanks for having me. And hopefully that was close enough to?
Yeah. Okay. Perfect.
Great.
So thank you for being here. Before I close up with some last minute notes and instructions, I did want to offer Secretary Omakashin if you wanted to say anything final.
Yeah, I'll make this very brief because we're clearly we're probably about an hour roughly or more behind schedule, and it's mostly two things. Number one, major thanks to all of our partners who are in the room, starting with our partners who've flown all the way from Japan to come here to continue this discussion that's been going on for many years. But over the last 2 years since the Newsom administration's been in office, it's been enhanced, and we've been more focused on it. So a major thank you and kudos to you for taking the time to come all the way. I know there's some other meetings that are going to be happening in Colorado, our neighbors to the east, but we really appreciate this. To the team that's worked on planning this, Professor, our CalSTA team, our partners at the CEC, GoBiz, thank you as well for the partnership to help set this up. Really appreciate that as well. And to the private operators, there were several private partners who presented this morning and this afternoon. Thank you as well. And the last point really is for us to achieve these goals that we're looking to achieve. It's going to absolutely take a partnership to get there. So these discussions, I think, continue to help us move that along the way. To my fellow colleagues, panelists, my co-chair, and my colleagues from Commissioner Monahan, Deputy Director Bradley, thank you as well. And to Commissioner De La Torres, thank you very much as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, thank you, Secretary Omashakin, Director General Inada-san, Commissioner Monahan, Deputy Director Bradley, Board Member De La Torre. Thank you for your knowledge, for your attention, for your expertise, and your interest in this topic. I also want to thank our team, Elizabeth Warren, Patrick Sheweck, and Marissa Eide, who have been working really diligently behind the scenes to make all of this possible. Giles Giovinazzi from CalSTA has been an amazing partner on behalf of the agency, and it's been a tremendous honor working with you. For our partners at MLIT and the Consul General's office, I think I'll miss our 5 o'clock calls every week. It's really been an honor learning from you. And in particular, I want to thank Fumi Yokoyama-san for being our key point of contact with the team in Tokyo. And excuse me. and the many steering committee members who have spent their time also weekly with us, providing their input into the development of the agenda. Both ports, of course, as you have observed last night at the Port of Long Beach with the reception and here at the Port of Los Angeles today, have committed their resources and their personnel from the directors on down. From the Port of Long Beach, I'd like to particularly thank Joel Perler and Harry Semerjian. From the Port of Los Angeles, Maricela Caraballo de Ruggiera, Abby Mejia, Stephen John and Dustin Tuggle, who've been working with us on the technical issues. Our interpreters and translators, who have been wonderful to work with as well. And again, for all of you who've traveled very far from Japan to be with us in Southern California, we thank you very much. Arigato. And finally, the last two bits of information to share with you, instructions, a reminder that the port directors from both California and Japan are asked to stay for a photo before we head out. And for those of you who are attending the boat tour, we'll be assembling very shortly downstairs in front of the port, and we will be guided by port staff to the boat. There are restrooms on the boat, but if you did want to make a quick stop before, I'm advised that might be a good idea. So with that, we will adjourn. Again, my many thanks, and for those of you traveling back, I guess as soon as Saturday, very safe travels. Thank you.